Hello there, people, and welcome to, well, I hope the reclamation of my sanity, Fathoms Below Session 43. I am, of course, your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube. And with me today we've got my lovely, my amazing, my phenomenal cast. We have got Just Kyle, we've got Selkie Cove, we've got Lawless Aries Cosplay, we've got that one Warlock. I almost said Attack on Warlock, and I was like, no. And we have got the lovely Madness Diamond. Hello, everybody. Look at their faces. They're all so fucking gorgeous.
No, you.
Makes me want to squeeze them aggressively.
Please.
Squish your face. Do I have anything? Yes, I do have things. There are things to be said. 30 days have September, April, June, November. Yeah, so there are 2 days left of our Dragon Age application process. If you want to play the Dragon Age TTRPG, well, we're going to play the Dragon Age TTRPG. We're going to run a campaign, and it's going to be using a brand new TTRPG. Well, it's not a brand new TTRPG, but it's new to this channel, and it's freaking phenomenal. It's a dark fantasy TTRPG that's going to take place concurrently with the timeline of Dragon Age Origins. So, if you like the Dragon Age games and you want to play in the world, you should apply to that. Hop on over to our Twitter page, where you can go to our little pinned links. You'll find a wee application thing there. Just click on that and apply to your heart's content. Although preferably only once, otherwise it will get bogged up. And if we like what we see, you could be invited to play the Dragon Age TTRPG with us here at World Tree Quests. Gentle reminder, Dragon Age is a dark fantasy. There are very dark and very adult themes explored. So there will be an extensive Session 0 process, probably going over less Session 0 and more Session a third. Before we go into the actual game process. So if you don't want to have to deal with particularly heavy adult or dark themes, please do consider not applying. But if you're up for it, we'd be up for having you. So go and check that out. Other than that, guys, our lovely Denny was not here last week to see the absolute chaos that happened. So would anybody like to fill Denny in with exactly what the fuck happened last session? Right, I have ADHD and I don't even know who got their finger on their nose last.
Fine, I'll do it.
Yay!
First
I
session.
did it last week.
Do the recap. I'm gonna give you the rundown of this very quickly. Because so much happened that I stopped taking notes halfway through because I said fuck it.
Oh god!
Just in a little bit of shock. It's fine. We basically start with Ariel fails a perception check, gets a shadow in the corner of their eye, darting off, sends a message and relays it to Reaver, who then relays it to Echo, who then relays it to Kaylin. Echo casts hallucinatory terrain in the estate, covering everything. Doesn't change the physical touch part of things, which then causes Feather to become very what the fucked in the library because he was reading like a nerd, doing research. Yes. And everyone slowly starts coming together after having to attempt to succeed saving throws to be able to see through the hallucinatory terrain, which Luz failed constantly. Finally get to the point of people start looking in places around the manor to see what the fuck was here. We tried talking to it, did not answer. Ariel went into the tower that's in the backyard that apparently is for Luz's mom and has some weird communication device using lenses that we will fuck around and find out with later. And then Echo goes into the library, notices this library is spotless. Someone was just in here. It should not be spotless. There should at least be a book from a confused Lich sitting somewhere. And then falls over Feather. Take a look. And then somewhere in there, Feather and Echo got cloud killed.
Just a
Trying to
cloud
follow,
kill.
yeah, just a little bit of cloud kill, while trying to follow the scent trail of whatever was in the library that has the sweet-smelling rot of dead, slight decay, but still moving. Much similar to Feather. We had an above table, but also kind of a genuine confusion discussion on if Echo has bitten Feather before, to be able to identify the taste of a dead but still walking person.
Nums.
Cloud kill happens. Everyone's very confused. Reaver almost walks into cloud kill. This fun fact with cloud kill, you don't have to be able to breathe for it to hit you. And Feather
Oh,
nat one
God.
on that save. Feather nat one on that
God.
save. So badly, Homeboy cannot cast anything above, I believe it's like cantrips and like possibly first level.
Anything above second level spells.
Okay, anything above second level spells. And also basically is weakened to the point of he cannot do a lot. He is going to have to be princess carried.
I can tell you exactly.
Or babysat.
Give me a moment.
And so Luce becomes very upset with this. Something tried to cloud kill her boyfriend. That's not supposed to happen. He's already dead. And they have a conversation. Everyone linked through the telepathic group chat that is Feather heard something they weren't supposed to. Being the other voice in Luce's head. You know, it's fine. Which then puts Reaver on guard. Feather and Luce go have a conversation in the library about what the fuck he needs to heal himself, which is 8 souls. So, yeah. And then we start
A little bit of murder.
a little bit murder. Just a little bit murder. Outside of the door of the estate is a brick with engraved runes, carving, something that is similar to a sheet of paper y'all found in a session I was not there for. And Reaver also saw an SOS ship light, fleshy things from the farmhouse in the kelp fields. Story plot. But why are people using a surface way of communicating that the former surface dweller understands is now the imperative question. So we are currently on our way to go investigate that. And Echo is going forward as the scout, because Echo is good at this. We also have Pass Without a Trace on us. And Kaylin is now hopefully listening to Reaver, as Echo said so. Recap.
Thank you very much for that, Diamond. To be specific on what Feather is on what Feather / Saelia is unable to do. He cannot dash, dodge, or disengage as actions, and he cannot use them as bonus actions. He cannot use his reaction to make opportunity attacks. He cannot disguise his hideous features. He cannot use the attack action. If he moves on his turn, he cannot use a bonus action or reaction until his next turn, and if he uses a bonus action on his turn, his speed becomes 0 until his next turn. He can just about stand up, and he can just about cast a basic level spell. Specifically from, it doesn't say here specifically, but I put the level cap on it for him, which was he cannot cast anything higher than a 2nd level spell.
Feather got nerfed hard.
Yeah.
Feather got nerfed or nothing. Thank you,
You've had Feather skills for a little while. It's time that you got used to your new person, Kaelin. Utilise his capabilities.
Okay, is there anything else?
No, that's about it, I think.
There's one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The core of how we're doing this, as has been said to Ariel, is we're doing this my way.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that part.
Ariel was
We're
not
doing this-
informed as to what is going on.
Correct. I was so glad when you were like, I don't know what an SOS signal is. I was like, excellent. That means you're not going to run off and do heroic dumb shit. Didn't say that part out loud.
You'd be correct, though.
Oh, absolutely.
Basically, Reaver's saying surface shit, surface way.
I can't really argue with that, even though I want to argue with that, because last time I was here, Reaver had an intense mental breakdown about finding out.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's fine! It's fine! It's fine. Alright! Let's go!
Fantastic. So, from where we left off, how does the party want to approach the next things they have? To be specific, 2 more fairly important items have been added to the docket. One, this signal coming from the from Ariels' family home, and number 2 being the need to find people for a Lich to kill. How do we want to approach these things as a party?
I mean, personally, I would think that the SOS is more pertinent, because it does literally mean that someone is in imminent danger. And also, if there's someone causing someone imminent danger, 2 birds, 1 stone.
Okay. To the rest
That's
of the
just
party?
me.
Ariel's going at this with like a bit of confusion because doesn't know what an SOS is.
Yep.
So is kind of following Reaver's lead and Marisol's lead.
Seb, your hand up.
No, Selkie
Did you
is
not?
munching.
I thought it was a second hand come up. With Marisol now being part of the group, as we're getting closer, and I'm still keeping the distance because Selkie's, well, as Echo is currently scouting, we have a short time. Any questions, ask now.
What does this signal mean exactly?
I'm gonna just look real uncomfortable at that, but I'm not gonna lie. Literally save our souls. It is a distress call.
Alright.
And why didn't you tell me this earlier?
Because you'd run straight into it.
The fact that it's a distress signal, that means we can't do this as pirates. At least not fully.
You agreed we'd do this my way.
Yes, and you didn't give me all the information.
I did. You not understanding was your choice.
Not
You are putting-
understanding was my choice. That doesn't make sense.
You never asked what an SOS was. Until now. People are fucking terrible. SOS can also be a trap.
Okay. We do it your way. But the second things seem different, like they are just using the place to bunker down, we stop.
Completely
If they
fair.
have if they have any connection to that house, we stop. Until then, your way it is.
Fran,
Any-
is there... Sorry, continue.
No, your thing first, please, because you're getting information.
Is there a... Now that Luce knows what SOS means, does the Deep Tide have something like that? Have a distress signal?
So, You can certainly roll a history check on that. As it's to do with the deep tide, I will give you advantage.
Yes. 15.
Fantastic. So the deep tide does utilise some things like this. So, not that Reaver would be in the know of it, the deep tide does utilise light signals, because obviously the deep tide also communicates with sea elves, who are able to, communicate in turn with sailors, with pirates, with people from the coast and such. So yes, Reaver may be aware that sea elves occasionally will understand like light signals and such, but not that the deep tide would know of them, because the deep tide is, fairly deep. But the deep tide also utilises for those who are maybe a bit sensitive to light or live in areas where light may not travel as well because of how close to the surface it may be. They also utilise sonar pulses, almost literally like the two forms of Morse code, one being light, one being actual sound waves. But you would also know that you are too far away at this point to know if there is something from the deep tide there.
Okay. The plan is simple. Echo comes back and gives us the information he finds out. We grab someone into the kelp and we interrogate them. If they're friend, we go on the information they give. If not, and I'm just going to look to Feather.
Feather is like, I was about to say half dead, but he's literally a corpse.
Yeah.
Feather's not able to comprehend what you're doing. He's like bobbing in and out of like awakened state. He's incredibly.
Oh, okay.
He's incredibly exhausted.
Okay.
He has a backpack also.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Then the look will then go down the loose of like, there's your kill.
Luce currently looks like Luke Skywalker with Yoda on his back.
And there's like a throat blanket over Feather as well.
Yeah.
Nice.
And Feather's staff sticking out.
He's E.T.
He is.
He is eating.
With the finger and everything. But instead of a cute healing touch, he touches people and they turn to dust.
Weirdly enough, I can live with that. It's a good idea.
Marisol,
Yes.
how sneaky are you?
How sneaky am I? Oh, not near as sneaky as Echo, but fairly so.
How strong are you?
Not as strong as you, but not weak either.
I was waiting for you to say, but not as weak as Ariel.
But not as weak as Ariel. What's Ariel's strength?
12!
I am as weak as Ariel.
Puppy.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Uh,
Noodle arm buddies.
My dexterity is 16 though, so.
Okay. Raver, which one of us is snatching and grabbing?
Depends. If we can get one alone, Echo. If it's two, Kalen and Echo. If it's more, we improvise.
Plan of action.
If we get separated, there is a code word you need to know if you are encountered. Swimming on a rough current. If they don't seem friendly afterwards, kill them. keep yourself alive. I know that's rough for you, Ariel, given where we're going.
I'll keep it in mind. If I need it, I will use it. Thanks.
Now we wait.
I hate this part.
Anybody have anything else before I move on?
If we're just like in the kelp to pass the time, Ariel is just like drawing little stick figures in the silt.
We're not in the kelp yet, to my knowledge. We're just up
No, there's a bit of
above
travel
and
to go. I was just
yeah.
about to
Gotcha,
jump.
gotcha,
I was
gotcha,
just
gotcha.
about to
I
jump
thought we
to
were-
Echo
okay.
there, who is zipped ahead of you.
Heard. My bad.
Okay, so as they continue their movement towards the edge of the walls, Echo, you zipped ahead to go and scout out, right? Okay. I need you, dear Echo, to roll for me a D8, please.
$108.
That's an 8. As you get closer, without need to roll on your perception check, just based on your unique method of perception, you're going to get a few things. One, there's a strange pulsing coming from, like, the moment you cross the walls and move towards the kind of outer limits of the city of the city of Deep Heart. You can hear like a kind of pulsing, and it's very rhythmic. It keeps a beat, and it's the same repeated rhythm and beat over and over again. You also hear something. I say hear. You won't hear it so much as feel it. And it feels like a deep rattling. Like if you were to take a rattlesnake rattle and like down pitch it severely. That's what it feels like to Echo. As like you can feel the micro ripples and microwaves through the water. Coming from inside this building. Again, something that I'll give you uniquely based on the sound. One, this pulsing thing, the rhythmic, you don't know what that is, you've never felt something like that. It's definitely not organic. It is like a manufactured noise, which is why you don't get much more information on it. But however, that rattle, that's organic. That's something, that is a being, a thing, a living creature making that noise. And it's a creature that you have never encountered. And for this one specifically, just because this is something that I think you could get, but I also think it's something that would maybe be like something you're getting used to at this point. Could you roll me a perception check?
22.
On a 22, yeah, I'll give it you on a 22. From what you feel from this sound, this is a large creature. This is something that takes up quite a bit of room. You're looking at something maybe in the 12 to 13 foot region.
Okay. I think with that, Echo has a few goals. The first one is getting going around and getting a read on just how many people are potentially around. And then seeing if they can't get some kind of peek inside the building.
Okay.
I'm doing so very carefully on both fronts.
Absolutely. Give me a stealth check because of your size, because of how used to you are and the amount of cover you've got. I'm going to say, we'll treat it like a kind of pass without trace. So instead of giving you advantage, I'll give you a stealth check with a +10.
So I'll have a +20.
Go for it.
Bet! Mute. It's doing that thing. Hold on. I'm reloading the page. It does that thing where it pops up like it's gone, but it's entirely blank.
Yeah.
That is going to be a total of 38.
38. Yeah. Okay, so you're able to make your way through, get up close to the building. You still manage to keep yourself down, and you're not spotted insofar as you can see. Now, as you get closer to the wall and your unique method of perception comes into play, you're going to see a shape. It's a shape you've never seen before. The closest you could liken it to is that this is a very small sea serpent. Like I said, looks to be in the region of like somewhere between 12 and 15 feet long. The way it moves, it definitely has to angle itself round to get from room to room. The thing that kind of throws you off is it is ridged. It's not smooth and sleek. Most things down at these kind of depths, they're usually very sleeked so as to get through the highly pressurized water very easily. Hence why deep elves have no hair. They have tendrils instead. This thing is like plated, like armoured, heavily ridged back and head, almost like hardened keratinous ridges. And when it moves, instead of moving, again very typical as to what creatures here would do in a up-down undulating motion, it moves somewhat like a shark, like this. And the majority of it, unlike, again, most marine creatures here where their whole body goes into the movement, its head stays mostly still, occasional bobbing side to side, but its body does the full movement, leaving its head almost entirely still. And the rattling sound you can hear is coming from its chest. It's very, very, very broad, hollow-esque chest. Whether it's hollow, whether it's exceptionally muscular or whatever, you can't really sense at this point.
With that being how it is, anything you can get about the room and the building itself?
Oh, yes, of course. What you'll pick up from the room, again, not really a perception check needed for this one. You get a fairly wide scope. The room that you're up at right now is quite well acquitted. If this is, as Ariel says, his family's home, his family were certainly people of means. There is, again, like I said, quite well acquitted fixtures, lots and lots of storage in this room. Specifically storage in the form of like bookshelves and the like, and the only reason you know about these is because Morden has a few, and you've seen Saelia's shape holding one before, but the majority of the stuff here is actual books, like books from the surface. A couple of scrolls and like flattened sheets of kelp that have been woven in a certain way that they become able to be written and such on. But for the most part, books, like actual books.
And in the building and otherwise, how many people?
No one. Or
None.
to be specific, because I've said no one before, and something has obviously tripped your senses. So I'll be specific. No one that you can perceive in any way. So if there is someone there, it's because someone you can't perceive. But as far as you can see, there is no one there, other than this creature moving through.
And last thing they're gonna do is look for anything that's moving outside of like the creature, outside of what they've already marked. To be clear, most likely without entering the building itself.
Okay. No on that. I'm gonna say no. There's nothing else that you'd be able to perceive or hear at this point.
Not a problem.
Okay.
Echo is then going to. They've gathered the intel they need. They are going to very, again, stealthily head back, just because they can't perceive shit. They've just gotten burned on that. They're not gonna fuck around with that. So, in theory, keeping the same stealth they rolled before, they're gonna head back at everyone.
Okay. So as you head back to meet everybody, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to them, see if there's anything they need to do, and then we'll have you guys meet, okay? As you guys are making your way towards the walls, Luce, specifically for yourself, as you approach the walls, very begrudgingly, but still doing so, the guards don't question your movements like they did when you came in. Most of them stand aside, or almost like, not quite salute, but definitely gesture with a form of begrudging respect to you. I
don't like that, Bran.
The perks of nobility.
Can I insight check that?
Oh, hell yeah, go for it.
Okay. It's alphabetical order. 13.
13, okay. It could certainly prompt confusion for the majority of it, until you would get to one who would say, maybe not so begrudgingly, with like an actual sense of like genuine respect, would kind of nod their head and just say, lovely evening, Lady Glimmertide.
Just gonna look very confused and keep going, and just kind of give like a confused like wave, and then look directly at Reaver.
Do we need to get you a mask?
I don't know. I don't know. At least nothing's being questioned now.
Guys saying this like in the group.
Yeah.
Ariel will cast Prestidigitation and produce a masquerade, just domino mask.
And now Luce is a vigilante.
Just leads away from it because it's magic.
Fucking magic.
I mean, Reaver said a mask.
I take my head off and offer it.
No, I can't wear that.
Shrugs,
Why
puts it
can't
back
you wear
on.
this?
Both of you go fuck yourselves.
That's fine. As you say, Lady Glimmertide. I'm probably gonna get hit for that, aren't I?
We'll see. You might get hit for something else.
Fair.
Please stand in front of my shield.
Heard.
No, I'm not gonna say anything like that. I'm just gonna acknowledge it. I'm like, do I? Nah.
Oh shit! I just got it. God damn it! Okay, that was good. That was good. Intelligence of 12. Yeah, he wouldn't get it.
Assuming that, because I think what she's most confused about right now is the fact that they're now able to recognize her on sight whenever she's been thought to be dead this entire time and or not exist, from what Moradin had told her.
Mm-hmm.
And now there's other things going on where she's like, I don't know who the fuck these guards are.
So from what Morden has told you, is they never officially put a name for Luce anywhere. For whatever that reason was, I do not have belief that Morden shared.
No, he did not.
No, he did not. So
Not have a debutante ball debut.
listen, right, okay.
However they do it down here.
You make that as a joke, right? I did cotillion and etiquette, and I had boys don't get like a debutante. Okay, we get what's called an introduction to society. It's fucking horrific, right? It's horrible. But yes, no, you definitely did not get that. There was no Gilmore Girls arc for Luce.
No.
And I say that as someone whose favourite TV show in existence is Gilmore Girls.
Seen all of it, so I'm right there with you.
Unironically, it's fucking tremendous.
Yeah,
So, with that, what I will ask to the party here is, before we meet up with Echo, as you're just inside the gates of Deep Heart right now, is there anything that you would like to do before leaving, or is it just making your way out into the kelp fields?
I'm going to be real. I thought we were already out and just swimming over. So no, I got nothing.
No. To leave the city walls, you
Yeah.
have to go down. But within the city, you don't have to travel via the roads that are there. The roads are just there for like deep elves who, every now and again, want to walk places. Most races that live in the seas are able to walk. The only ones that aren't are merfolk.
Yeah.
So it's just in those cases.
Is Deep Heart dimly lit?
Deep Heart is always in a state of dim light because of the bioluminescent plants they have here. Think of Deep Heart as almost like an aquatic version of the Underdark, where they have like the bioluminescent fungi and such. They have like coral and creatures and bioluminescent stoneworks and such that keep them lit. During the sun-up hours, it goes to being brightly lit in most places.
Okay. Once we leave these walls, are we in darkness?
Outside of like 200 feet of the walls, you are in like pitch darkness. So you've got like 100 foot of bright light outside the walls, 100 foot of dim light, and then it's like perpetual darkness.
Marisol, can you do something to make sure you can see once we leave these walls? Marisol's the only one of us without dark vision.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I can cast light. I can cast light on Feather.
Okay. You cast light, you reach out and you touch Feather, and yeah, Feather's hair.
Feathers glow in the dark now.
To be specific, at this moment in time, Saelia is going to kind of chuckle and be like, I've never been paler. But he's like sagging over like Luce's shoulder. He's like exhausted.
Poor guy.
Is that your only option, Marisol?
For light?
For seeing?
Pretty much. I don't have any way to give myself dark vision unless someone else does.
I can certainly check, but I don't think it's at second level.
Dark vision is second level.
I'm checking if he knows it.
Yeah, that's my concern. Is like, would he? Because he's a lich. Why would he need that?
Why would he need it?
He's also a necromancer though, so. Where is he? There he is, there. Let's see, first and second level spells, what do you have available? We have Detect Magic, Find Familiar, Identify, Unseen Servant, Detect Thoughts, Ray of Enfeeblement, Wither and Bloom.
I got Wither and Bloom, that's good.
Yeah.
Bloom.
Got Dark Vision, okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's about that.
Echo has it.
Nice.
Okay.
Not here right now, and nobody knows that.
Correct. I'm gonna ask Kaelin.
If Kaelin has it.
Yes.
Let's check, shall we? Kaelin, where are you at, buddy?
Welcome to Fathoms Below, where we ask our DM, what spells do our NPCs have?
Listen,
Correct.
I stick by this, and I've seen this a lot actually as it's popped up about like, oh, rules that should be things that you don't agree with, hot takes of D&D. Mine's is, if your party wants to cart around 9 NPCs, let them cart around 9 NPCs. Just make your fights able to include those 9
Accommodate it.
NPCs. And also be
yeah.
sure they know that if those 9 NPCs are there, that's 9 other targets. So don't bring along your favourite NPCs to the BBEG battle, because they will get chomped. No,
Unless they're a Lich.
it's not saved them here, so I don't know why you think it'll be any different. No, Kaelin does not
if he
have
does-
dark vision. Kaelin doesn't seem to have an understanding of the ability to use magic.
I'm gonna roll the sound rules for whispering when I'm told that it's the case. So I roll a 7 on the 2d6, Bran. As I will whisper, it's okay, Quintus. You did your best.
Brand smiled. Scares me.
Yep,
Yeah.
That really does.
Kaelin just kind of looks at you confused.
Yeah. Light's gonna be dangerous for this plan. We'll see what Echo says.
Well, maybe Echo will have another idea.
Hopefully. We need to find out what we're dealing with first, though.
Feather will put out there. Sorry, Saelia, I need to get better at doing that. Saelia will say, can't now, but once we meet Echo, if I get like an hour to just read. I can use it, but I can't do it just now.
At the same time, you need to rest, buddy.
Yes.
I'm fine.
And in the respect of other members present, and I will look at Ariel, we might not have an hour.
Is there anything that anybody would like to do before meeting with Echo?
There enough time for Reaver to cast Find Steed while we wait.
Oh, what?
I believe the way Find Steed works is, does it not work similar to Find Familiar? You cast
No,
it
it's
once.
10 minutes.
10 minutes, right, okay, cool.
And Find Familiar is an hour.
Yeah, but Find Familiar, is it not that when you've cast it and you have your familiar, then it becomes an action to summon and dismiss?
Unless it dies.
So does Find Steed not work the same way?
No. Find Steed just never disappears.
Oh, right, okay.
That's why it's been around me all the time. It just never disappears. It stays around till it dies.
Yes.
All right, okay.
And then I have to resummon it.
In that case, yeah, he would have to recast it. It does only take 10 minutes, but he would still have to recast it.
I will attempt to cast it. If Echo arrives in that time, I will cancel it to not burn the spell slot.
Okay. Nothing else from anyone? Okay. So, then. You guys reach the kelp fields and you can just about... Well, actually, no, you can't. Based on that stealth check, no, you can't. You guys are just like, waiting. Reaver, you're like part way through it. Do you know what to do, Reaver? Fuck it, we'll give it a 1 in 10 chance. Roll me a d10.
I really hope I fail. 7.
You get to about 7 minutes into casting before suddenly there's just like an echo. Just like suddenly there. As Echo rejoins, you go with a 38 stealth. Like, I don't really think that anybody's going to be able to see that.
Suddenly, Echo.
Nope.
For a moment, Echo turned into Paddington Bear. Suddenly, Echo. Would anybody like some marmalade? So yeah, Echo, you've now rejoined the party. The party can all see you now. As you get there and everybody looks at you, it takes Saelia about like 30 seconds where he goes, Echo. And then just like goes back to near unconsciousness again.
Oh, buddy.
I'd like to think Echo did the thing where they get like right up in the middle of the group before kind of making a noise or something, and it's just like everyone just
I like to imagine that the more Echo gets comfortable, the more the noises start to sound like cute animal noises, like slowly turn into like meeps. Like just like meep. But just to fuck with them. Not because they are genuinely making cute noises, just as like a time to freak them out. Meep.
get an occasional quack.
I just imagine that affectionate noises from Echo sounds like chuffing.
Yeah.
Or a big cat.
It's weird. I always pictured Echo's like affectionate noises as sounding like monitor lizard affectionate noises, which are just like very deep hissing.
Do you want the actual answer?
Yes.
Because there is one.
Yes.
Wait, before you give the actual answer, can I give mine?
What? Yeah. What do you think?
I thought it would have been like, have you ever heard an electric eel when it's like giving out the pulse of electricity it gives off? It's like that.
Yeah.
I always thought it would sound like that.
Okay, who's the closest?
You are, actually.
Yes!
So you're the closest.
It's still nowhere near.
You're not far off because it's actually the guttural throat noises of crocodilians,
Oh.
of crocs and of gators. That's what
Okay.
you get. A lot of so if you want to know what echo sounds like, in general, when they're not like actually just vocalizing words, it's a lot of crocodilian. It's a lot of those deep-chested
Like those-
noises, which is why like chuffing would be something that is a possibility because it's coming from that chest. But you're also getting that it allows that rumble to happen, and so it's almost like, funny enough, it's almost like a purr that Echo can do, but it's definitely not an actual purr. It's more unsettling than that.
So in that case, I need to amend something that I said earlier on because I didn't know that. You'd probably be much more familiar with this deep rattling noise that you heard than you think.
Okay.
Love that for you.
Gotcha. A little bit
Crocodile
of
it
effect
is.
sounds.
Probably just like much larger, much deeper because of the size difference, but very much, very, very, very similar in origin.
Gotcha. So once Echo pops up, and when Echo does show up, by the way, on the like side of noises, when Echo shows up towards the group again, in general, whenever they've left and come back, a lot of things they do when they're not specifically trying to be stealthy do come with audio. They come with vocalizations, even if they're quiet. So they pop up. They look kind of between people for a moment before just sort of generally addressing the group. No people.
Yeah.
Wow,
No.
you're good at that.
It's what we were built for.
Yeah. Right, so no people?
None.
Anything else?
Oh, yes. Absolutely. Very large. Very guttural. Not quite what we're used to seeing in the sea, but not entirely unfamiliar either. Very rumbly. Armored almost, but natural armor, not from outside. The room that the creature is in, the creature is just a creature. The room has books in it, but not mainly books from here. Books from above, from out of the water.
Huh.
Bran, am I correct in there's the creature and then there was like a mechanical-esque noise, or were they coming from the state, like the not mechanical noise, the
Manufactured.
Yeah, manufactured.
So Echo's able to differentiate the differences of certain sounds. You can tell if something is organic or if something is manufactured. So you can definitely tell this deep rattling, rumbling noise is definitely coming from an organic creature.
But the mechanic, like pulsing bit
Yes.
is coming from something separate. Yes.
Yes, it's coming from somewhere separate. You can't hear an origin. Maybe it's too far out of your perception, but you can definitely hear it, and it's definitely like a manufactured sound. Whether it's mechanical or whether it's like one of Saelia's kind of magic tricks or something like that, you don't know.
Gotcha.
It's definitely not organic.
Gotcha. There is another noise, another feeling. It pulses. It's not natural. Whatever it is.
You know the rhythm of it?
Yes.
And it was repetitive.
Yes.
Echo,
Could
can
you
I have
repeat
your
it?
hand?
I think Echo and I both got confused.
Sorry.
You good? I think we're going on the same idea, just on the different ends, Ariel.
Maybe.
Because if I get Echo's hand, I'm going to tap out SOS in Morse code to see if that matches the rhythm.
Okay.
As he does it, Echo matches it perfectly.
Echo
Dash, 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 dot, dot, dot.
Echo kind of tilts their head, and an almost confused expression passes their face for a moment, and there is that spark of confusion that you feel as well, Weaver. And they go, "That's it exactly."
SOS.
But they're doing two different kinds of SOS.
At this point,
Since
Lutz,
I made-
you'd be able to maybe not feel it, but from being told that it can be heard, and from the light, you can put down that this is definitely something like the Deep Tide would use. This is definitely in their wheelhouse.
I know that. Deep Tide uses that. But it's usually like pulses. But you gotta be near enough to feel it. They don't really work much with lights and shit being down here. But if you go like further up, then you might see some like lights pop up. But so apparently the Deep Tide is using stuff from the surface? And is looking at Reaver, saying that since Reaver explained that the ship lights were something that like sailors used.
Oh, we've not had the conversation yet. Am I going to be pissy? 12. No, cool. What stays for now? Multiple methods, multiple chances to be heard.
We can go on the surface because deep sea elves see elves still elves. Points to Saelia. Obviously got family ties up there, so it's not unfamiliar that others might as well do business. Adlan fucking said he went up there at some point, so
We
So
do have
Morgan.
one concern. You're talking about things the Deep Tide uses, and how they could use it or why they might use it. There's no one there.
that's kind of where I'm getting at as well, is because I'm assuming they could have been killed already whenever they were trying to send up a distress signal, and it might still be going post them being killed.
Were there bodies?
No bodies.
Was there the taste of blood?
Nope.
Echo will kind of shake their head and go, "No bodies, no blood."
Underground? Was there an underpart?
Could be an underpart.
So you know that your family's home, the Glimmertide estate, has a basement part. Makes sense that there should be some kind of underground lower floor.
If there is, we will have to go through or around the creature to get there.
Yeah.
Or we could just kill it.
Nah, it's probably just sleeping there. That seems a little too much work. It's just existing unless it's hostile, and that's a little bit different.
Well, I mean,
We're in the Black Ocean. Like, things just kind of exist here. If that estate's been abandoned, something probably made its home there just out of convenience, or something trapped it there. It's also outside of city limits, so. But yeah, well, Echo, while you were gone, we were talking about the possibility of it being a trap, of these people suck, and trying to lure. And looks at Reaver. I think you were getting at somebody's trying to lure people who were dumb enough to go help people, to then kill them.
Well, you guys just got gas clouded in a deep tide location, and minutes later, another deep tide location starts doing an SOS, and there's no bodies or blood. Ariel, you might own a safe house or inherit one. I don't know if they're still alive. I'm sorry if this is painful, but
they're
I'm thinking this is a
not,
trap.
But I don't think they were. I don't know if they were involved with the deep tide. At least not to the point where it'd be a safe house.
What
That's
do
not-
you know about them?
Owned the kelp farm, and apparently, according to Moradin, were very important magic users.
They made and adjusted magic items, is what Morton said.
Yeah.
So you don't know.
No. That's why I've been wanting to go there.
Well, now knowing there's a guard dog or something worse, do you see the reason I didn't want you to go alone?
Yeah. Listen, I'm not saying that you're wrong to say don't go alone. I appreciate it. I would have fucking died. Or at least lost a limb. Or pissed myself, who knows?
This ain't my style anymore. I relieve any control of the situation.
Well, what does everyone want to do? It seems like most things indicate that this is a trap. At best.
If we meet in, we can get you in.
My vote is always, well, not always, but right now is, I want in.
Is anyone opposed to going in? Alright. Where on the property was this guard dog of sorts?
In the building.
Okay.
We can take care of it. Enough for everyone to get it, and we will simply follow.
Very well.
Echo will move a little bit away from the party, but still, like, only like 5-10 feet. Maybe 10 feet, I think. And we'll go Right?
Oh, Echo, by the way, do you have anything that can help me see?
In the
Echo's
dark.
gonna swim over. And is going to hold out a hand and go, "Can we?"
Of course.
And then Echo will touch Marisol's face. And is going to cast Dark Vision.
Amazing.
So it's kind of funny how Echo, when Echo actually makes contact with Marisol, and the words they speak under their breath sound odd on their tongue. And for a brief moment, the space under kind of what their hair is, where their eyes would be, does actually pulse and glow very briefly as the spell is cast. It's almost like they're transferring something they might have had to someone else.
Weird.
Spooky.
And they will go out a little ways, once again go, "Stay close enough that you can run in, but stay hidden until we have the creature out."
Echo. You said this... It seemed like they might not have been from in the area, right?
What?
Like it didn't look like it belonged?
Not quite an ocean creature from the looks of it, but we also haven't seen everything in the oceans.
Fair.
Weird
Who's
enough
just-
as it is.
It just points to Kalen and is like, "Are you taking that one with you?"
That one goes with you.
Alright.
I don't think he'll like it, but it's the best place for him.
Kaelin very visibly does not like it.
You're not going to take my help?
What help?
With the creature.
What help?
Second pair of hands is more comfortable, at least for me.
You might fight it.
I'm calm.
For now. And Echo will do something kind of a little out of the ordinary. Then they're actually going to go up to Reaver and almost put themselves face to face with him. And they'll go, "And if something goes wrong?"
That's why I want someone with you.
And that's why we don't.
Take Kaelin at least, I've got this.
You do realize we're a solo hunter, right?
Painfully. And again, with your insight, there's again that worry of you're going to get fucked up.
That didn't help me at all. I
No, I'm
rolled a
aware.
10. That.
Well,
Oh, God.
I can at least help you a little more. Is that to like take a breath or lack of therefore breath, like a pause. I trust you.
I think as the breath is being taken, there's actually that little like rumble of the growl in Echo's chest. They're not quite happy.
Mm-hmm.
And you can feel it, the level of frustration that's there. And it feels... I guess a little indignation as well as it. To them, it feels like you're doubting them. You're doubting what they can do. And Echo's going to look towards Kaelin. Can you still connect our minds, or was that taken from you?
Kaelin will kind of like perk himself up to be like eye level with you, and then that like bulbous space at the top of his head, his melon starts to. So that's the actual name of the organ which whales and dolphins use to communicate through sonar. It's called a melon. And it starts to reverberate, and as it reverberates, he is going to use. He is going to open up the connection between you and him.
Then going to look towards the sack of potatoes.
To feather?
Yes.
My sack of potatoes.
It's your sack of potatoes. Mm-hmm. In your state. Can you still?
Can he? Let's see. Second level? No.
Well.
He's gonna, like, you see him, like, tensing up and, like, looking, like, at everybody and kind of turn. And then just, like, nope.
Echo's going to point to Saelia and turn back towards Reaver and go, and that is why you all need the most. That is a liability. That is danger. You stay with the group. Kaelin stays with the group. Kaelin and I can speak. That will be enough.
Okay.
As the okay happens, there's a moment where it's suspicion, and then the frustration fades, and it's clear that Echo relaxes.
It's acknowledging that you're right, but it's not that, oh yeah, you're right. It's like, fuck.
And that's enough for them. Echo's gonna look back towards everyone. Anything else before we go? Once this starts, it starts.
Best of luck.
Right before Echo leaves, Echo is going to you're carrying Feather, so that means your speed could be impacted.
For now, I'm carrying Feather. It's more of a, depending on how this pops off, we might dump the sack of potatoes.
So what Echo is going to do is Echo is going to tap themselves, and then they're actually going to go over and hover a hand over Luke's.
Man, if I had a nickel for every time Luce carried an incapacitated love interest during this campaign, I'd have two nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, right?
Yeah. Who knows? It could happen more.
Are you counting Malith?
He was a love interest for like a second, probably.
But
From
Ariel-
his eyes, he was a love interest.
Yeah.
In his eyes, he was a love interest.
I will accept the nickels while Luce is holding out a hand to Echo.
Echo will essentially just do a little press of hands together for a moment. The closest they've got to holding hands with Luce. And is going to cast Long Strider.
Give it time.
And so both Echo and Luce have Long Strider.
Luce says fucking Saelia.
Is there anything that anybody else would like to do?
Just to double check one thing.
Yep.
Is the innate telepathy between Luce and Feather up? Is that natural, or is that something that he casts?
No, so that's something he can do from his... He's got the telepathic feat. So the thing that he does with where he gets everybody is casting of the 5th level spell Telepathic Bond, which can let him target up to 8 people and they can all talk to each other. He can't do that right now, so it's only one-on-one he can do, which is always reserved for him and Luce at the moment. Until such a point where some other people enter in and then he's like, okay, I need to split my time.
That was just me double checking, because I couldn't remember if it was from the feat or if it was a spell.
No, it's
Echo!
Echo.
I actually want to tell you how it feels to have Long Strider cast on you. So I don't know if you've... Funny enough, I don't know if you've ever taken pre-workout. It's that opening of the veins of the blood vessels, but specifically can feel it in, like, the leg region. And you can feel it closer to the heart so that it can pump blood and keep circulating faster to keep up with the speed. And it's... The precursor to that is where Echo and Luce's hands are together. The light you've seen pulse from their hands when they have cast other spells goes from them to Luce through that touch. And as it goes through Luce for a brief moment, when it gets to the heart, you can actually see the heart in Luce's chest lit up by this spell, almost as if they were just as see-through as Echo. And then it goes back to normal and pulses down, and it essentially does the same thing with all of the veins in your legs before dissipating, but leaving that, like, tingly feeling.
It's where the fucking Saelia comes in.
That makes sense.
And that's a word you know.
Fuck.
No, Echo, we don't say that in public.
You don't speak Saelia.
I know, I'm making a joke.
Me turning around, looking around. Who the fuck's around? Marisol, kill the light.
Aye. And I do.
And with the light killed, you guys plunge into darkness. What's the first move?
Echo first.
Echo first.
I don't know if it's when the light is quenched or after, or however that works, because Echo can't fucking tell. But Echo will go, right? Hunker down, hide, until the creature is out.
Okay.
And that goes to everyone, but it's also going, like, to Kaelin specifically.
Okay. What was the exact word that you said?
Hunker down, hide, until the creature is out.
Okay.
And then the next lines are, to everyone, once the creature is out, as stealthily and quickly as you can, get into the building, get into the basement. Caitlin is going with you. Kaelin will let us know once you're in. And then Echo's going to turn to Kaylin for a moment and go, won't you?
Kaelin will look at them, look back at you, and then very begrudgingly give one very short nod. He has to take orders. It doesn't say he has to like them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think that's something Kaelin and Reaver can
Yeah,
share.
no, wait. I literally have something in mind for this as soon as Echo's gone.
Ooh. The last thing, just because Echo knows how Reaver's been, the last order to Kaelin is, while we're gone, you follow Reaver. But our orders are final.
They look at Reaver and they grin, and then they nod.
That's the reply.
Caleb looks at you, and the bottom lip splits, and those bobbit worm like scythes, mandibles come out.
This is the weirdest love triangle, not love triangle that Echo is chilling in. Anyway, and with that, Echo is done. If no one else has anything for them, they're gonna head back to the building.
Ariel actually is going to cast a message to you. Specifically, just you. If you need help, and something is strange in there, say the word and I'm coming running.
If the connection exists, did Kaelin also hear that?
I think by the way we've ruled the connection that you can give to people, I think it's he can hear what you do. He can't hear what comes to you, because we had it before with I believe it was you and Reaver connected, and somebody speaking to you, and we ruled it. They can hear you, they can't hear what comes to you from another source. So no, Kaelin wouldn't hear, but he would hear if you answered. He would hear you answer.
But yeah, it's gonna mess with that. At the end of the day, this is my house. If anyone's gonna know anything in there, it's gonna be me.
Echo, you get that vibe that Echo has heard. Echo does not reply.
God. You motherfucker. I love Echo. I just want you to know that.
Bah.
Yeah.
Bah.
Ugh.
I'm just glad they get to finally do things like that are their job. It makes me so happy that they get to play this role.
Hell yeah. You play it well.
I make a very good guard dog.
Anything else for anybody before we go to, for some reason, alerting the giant creature? Okay. I'm going to make my final roll for this to see if a miracle happens.
Yeah. The only thing I'm going to say is... Oh, go ahead, sorry.
I am going to send one more message to Echo. If everything fails and you are in a run and can't get away, get to me, and I can teleport us away that it will not find us.
Same thing essentially happens.
And the thing is simply, as once Echo's gone, and I can tell Echo's not close enough to hear, it's literally just going to be not even looking at Kaelin, just saying, I don't like it either.
I love how Kaelin and Reaver are basically Belmont and Alucard.
Alucard.
Eat shit and die.
Yes, fuck you.
Yeah.
But that means that by the end of this, they'll be the best of friends. Who knows?
I mean, Selkie did say love triangle.
That's one weird ass love triangle, man.
Your turn for the shit posting harem, buddy.
Right. So, step 1 of alerting the beast. What is step 1?
Step 1. So first of all, they're locating all entrances and exits to the building.
Okie dokie, easily done. Windows, many. Front and side door and back door. Sorry, front and back door, not front and... Nobody has a side door.
Nobody has a side door.
Unless it's on the second floor and you're a house in Scandinavia.
There's a lot of side doors here.
Yeah.
Some weird ass shit.
No, it's actually nice.
Echo is then going to, as stealthily as possible, check to see what opens, to make sure that everyone has a way in. And it's like, it's not actually opening, it's just a little test, see what it gives.
So you go to the front door and the front door's ajar.
Okay.
None of the windows are
Golden.
open. Back door is closed.
Okay. And none of them will open? Like, there's not even a chance, like, they're locked?
I mean, so are you, like, you know, trying to see if it comes up?
So what Echo is essentially doing is Echo is trying to use a lot of restraint and a lot of strength to see if they'll just slightly move, to see if the give is there.
Not with just slight. No, not with just slight.
Okay. Alright. With that being known, door is there. They're going to, in their mind, with that link with Kaelin, filter that information to Kaelin that the front door is open, and that they are going to attempt to open a window as well. So that the group will then know what entrances they can have access to.
Okay, so you are going to attempt to open a window.
Oh yeah. And this is not going to necessarily be subtle. This is going to be the inciting, hey, something's here,
Okay.
kind of situation.
So in that case, I'm not going to make you roll for it. It's fairly easy to just push the window in.
Okay.
So you push the window and it makes that sound as it goes in. And as soon as the window is open, everybody hears. Round here. Round here. Come on, friend, this way. Round here. At varying volumes. Repeated phrases like, you know, round here. Come on, I'm over here. Repeated phrases like that constantly.
I have a feeling the first thing that Echo thinks is, oh, I've done this before. This is a classic. Like,
Classic.
Popping the head back out. Your father is a man of taste. But yes, you can hear this very, very polite spoken voice. Making strange remarks constantly, some repeated, but all in the same kind of vein of round here. After maybe 4 or 5 of them, one pops in your room, and you can see on the ceiling of the room a glyph lights up briefly, and you can now at this point see that the sounds go in a circle, and as that sound boop, you see this big shape lumber round the corner, and as it comes to look at you dead on, it is much larger now that you're in the building with it, and over the course of 2 partially 3 rooms, you can see its size. It's about 20 feet long. You now are also able to notice that alongside this long body, what could have been mistaken for large ridges are actually limbs. It has 2 and 2 at the back, tucked tight against its body as it weaves its way forward towards you. You're currently small, right?
Yes.
Right. Let me check.
As it comes into view, so you know,
Right.
Kaelin is once again fed information that is over 20 feet, limbs, glyph, and it's just the quick bullet point updates that Echo can send without taking too much of their focus away from anything else.
Okay.
Strawberry.
I am just looking at this just to double check. Okay, your size has nothing to do with it. But it sees you and it lets out that deep, rattling rumble again. And it is... I don't know if Echo would ever have seen one. It's definitely not this deep. Most likely not then, if they've never really been much higher than this kind of depth. What you're looking at could be mistaken for something similar to like Reaver's Sea Drake, but not quite as eldritchy. Above table, you're looking at what looks like a saltwater crocodile.
Love them. Babies. One of my favorite creatures on this planet.
It's a baby.
Or as we within herpetology like to call them, scaly puppers.
I was about to say it, as we in the States call them, water puppies.
Puppies.
Oh no! Within zoology, water puppies or water dogs are sharks. Water dogs.
Oh no, swamp puppies, that's what I'm thinking.
Swamp puppies is what we call gators.
Yeah.
So swamp puppies, gators. Scaly or salty puppies is crocodiles.
Yeah. At least we're on the same page.
Definitely
They
on the
are
same
just
page.
big
They are
puppies.
still puppies. Anything that is above like knee height and reptilian is also a pup. And I will not take the term hatchlings. No, they're pups.
They're pups.
I want to have a whole reptile room at some point in my life. That is, I want to have an aquarium room. I want to have a reptile room.
I will eventually one day. I will get you a snake.
I've owned many reptiles in the past. I've never owned anything to the size extent of a crocodile. I worked in I used to work in Edinburgh Zoo, and I used to help out in the herpetology department, work in the canology department. The biggest reptile I've been in an enclosure with is an alligator. I was incredibly far away. I am not remotely going to big up anything like impressive about it. I was very far away from that thing. If that thing ran at me, I would have been out before it picked up its top speed. That's how far away I was. But I did used to own a blackthroat monitors, and that when that thing ran across hardwood floors, it sounds like Tom typing. That is what they sound like. That is honestly what they sound like. I'm not joking. But yeah.
So I think I spelled that right.
At this point, Echo, what I would like you to do for me is I'd like you to make a survival check for me.
Can do. Also, the last thing Echo tacks on to what they tell Kaelin is tell them. So they make sure that information is getting relayed to the whole group. And then survival.
Okay. Survival check, please.
Not terrible, not great. 13.
13. It is not being aggressive.
Okay.
It's making no aggressive maneuvers. But what it is doing with these vibrations, it's sending it out to scope your size. It's scoping out what your general stance is. This is definitely not a creature that has any form of prey drive. This is similar to you. This is an apex predator. This is something that nothing is above it in the food chain. There is no fear as it looks at you. This is one of the interesting things about having Echo here, is that I now have to consider not only zoological creatures that I've created, but where they fit on a food chain. And anybody with the basics of zoology knows saltwater crocs ain't nobody's prey. So this thing is scoping you like, are you edible? Are you... What it's trying to scope you out.
So, two things. One, Reaver gets a flash of that competitiveness very briefly. And then Echo essentially isn't running it or doing anything like that, because that is what prey would do right off the bat. And so essentially what Echo does is Echo stands their ground, doesn't quite puff themselves up, but brings themselves up as much as they can. Wings go out behind them. And instead of like trying to intimidate or anything like that, it's just the calm, I don't fear from you situation.
As you put that out, and as this creature moves towards you, it never stops moving at a fairly leisurely pace. And as it gets closer to you, it turns its huge head, creeps by you, and it looks at you with bright green eyes, slit pupil from the side of its head, and just completely bypasses you. Echo can take this how they would like to, but I will give you this from his body language, and based on your like stance up, it has deemed you not an immediate threat.
That's such a good thing, but it's also...
That's what I'm saying. So it's not that it's going, nah, I don't need to fucking worry about you. It's like, you're not being aggressive just now, so I don't need to be aggressive. But I'm also not I'm not worried about your intentions right now. That's what it's saying.
I'm gonna see if this... I'm hoping it does. Okay, good. There's that competitive indignation that Reaver gets, and that is a bright flash of it too. But Echo brings himself back to kind of what their task is. And instead, starts focusing on finding if there's a way down.
Okay, so you're moving through the rooms as well, yeah? Okay, jump back to the party. As you're being told everything that Echo is sent through by Kaelin, Reaver, from the description of the creature that you're getting, you can tell what you know what this is. You've sailed in oceans close to like this, so you're from the south of the country of Aduna. Lots of marshland around about the kind of southwest area as it moves into the western wastes. So you've definitely
Archie's
seen...
Florida, man. Fuck.
It's so essentially, I have the map there, but I will send an image of you to show it. Where you're from, Saltport is kind of to the southwest, in between the kind of, not capital city, but second largest city in the country, Wave West, which is a mostly port city. And then over towards just the west of you is the mountain range that goes into the western wastes.
Okay.
Crack right in between you and that mountain range is all swampland.
Cool.
But it's saltwater swampland, very much like Florida. Boggy, marshy swamp. So yeah, you're quite often, even though you're the town you're from is still more coastal than it is marshy, every now and again, as one would come from the marshes down the river and into the South Sea, yeah, you would get large crocodiles. And you know they can go averaging around between 15 and 20 feet, but you know it's not uncommon to see specimens that are like, you know, verging into the high 20s.
25s. Yeah.
High 20s. I believe the largest saltwater crocodile ever found was somewhere in like the mid-30s.
Something like
Yeah.
that.
That's going to bug me because that's something I should know, but I'm going to look at it. But yeah, essentially, you're familiar with what's being described.
Wonderful. And when I get that flash of indignation and competitiveness, I'm gonna be just that little bit sass. Yeah, I'm not gonna fucking kill it. As I just mutter.
Brenda,
What are we not killing?
longest one was 20 feet.
20 feet 3 inches, that's the longest one ever recorded in captivity.
Ah.
Sorry, you asked a question there, Marisol.
I was asking Reaver, what are we not killing? Do you know what this is?
Yeah, it doesn't matter until it's okay. I say as my hand is just going and starting to pull out the Kraken blades.
I have a question.
Yes,
Did Echo by any chance describe what the glyphs looked like?
I don't think Echo's able to perceive
No?
the glyphs. They're able to
Okay.
perceive the pop of magic, and they're able to tell from like the one that kind of blew up in their face and did something. They're able to go, okay, it's another one of those glyphy things, but it's not like trying to kill me. So they can tell it's a glyph. They just can't. They can't tell you the writings on it because they physically can't perceive the writings.
Heard.
So, I will now ask the party. With Echo's information that you've been given, what do you guys want to do?
Reaver, you said you know what this thing is?
Yeah. What
So
the fuck's it doing down here?
I'm about to say, if you know what it is, it's from like the surface, right?
Kind of. It's not worth the time explaining right now.
Okay, that's fine. My question is, how to get so far down?
That's my concern too.
Yeah. It doesn't seem plausible that it would have gotten here on its own, right?
Reaver, you would know that as much as they can exist in kind of like, the sea, out to a good, couple of 100 feet.
Yeah, they need to
don't-
breathe.
They don't. Yeah, they're definitely creatures that need to breathe. They generally don't come down this. Okay, not generally. Yeah, they don't come down this far.
No. Kaelin, can you send information back?
Kaelin will nod.
Tell them that thing is from the surface, should be able to breathe, and because it's here, concerns from Reaver.
Okay. They
Are we to come ahead is then the question.
Anything that anybody else like to do before I jump back to Echo? Okay, I jump to Echo. Echo, you get this information through. It's passed through to you by Kaelin, but it is mentioned that it is from. It doesn't say from Reaver. It says it's from the walking pile of discards.
Ooh.
There's a brief moment, and it's not. Echo doesn't say this, but it is a thought that crosses their mind, and it's not a thought that is delivered. And that is, isn't that kind of what we are?
Oh,
It's a thought that crosses.
that's so nasty.
Their response which is a little sassier than necessary, I am aware, is for a little while longer, stay.
Okay.
And to let the group know, like, what Echo's goal is, since you guys are literally on standby, and I don't want... I'll tell you later. They're literally just looking for the way down, and to see if this creature starts getting violent if they try to go down. If the creature gets violent, they're going to go with their plan to, like, lure it away. If the creature does not get violent, then it's going to be like, okay.
Okay.
So that you all are.
As it's not like pressing any kind of attack against you, I'm not going to make you roll the investigation check. One, because the entrance downstairs isn't hidden, and two, because you're not actually being rushed to it. You go through every room looking specifically for, you know, as you said, a way down, until you eventually get to like the main foyer, the entrance. You can see the ajar door that you found on the other side. You can now see it from the inside the house side of the door. And as you do that, there's a pop of a glyph, and a voice speaks and it says, "Welcome to my abode. Please make yourself at home. Avoid the main floor if you can. Another guest is on a monthly episode. It should pass by morning." And then there's like 10 seconds of silence. And then it plays again as you're still there. Just kind of like...
It's a shifter. I think.
My God.
I think these are voicemails being left by glyphs, my guys.
No. The crocodile is the shifter.
The crocodile is Fia.
That's yeah, my boy.
Fia. Vacation.
Fia's bigger than him, actually.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Fia is much bigger.
Oh, it's my pirate captain, who's a Macaulay, who's a saltwater crocodile.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Technically a were-human, because he was a crocodile first.
Cursed with humanity.
Cursed with him.
Oh, okay.
Same.
By the sun.
By the sun!
Cursed with humanity by the sun. What the fuck are you going to do to me? I don't know. Make you, like, fleshy? Really? That's the worst you got? I'm also going to make you
Stand on 2 legs.
I'm also going to make you have crippling anxiety and inner thoughts. Why?
You ever had toes, bitch?
Hit the head. Hit the nail on the head with
You're
that
going to
one.
have
Goddamn.
toes, water toes. You know that stuff on the bottom of the water? Yeah, I'm going to make it get stuck between them. Why are sun gods always bitches? They're always like you look at all the curses of all the gods, right? Like sun gods are like the best at curses, but it's like low level curses that are just annoying. They're like the toothache of curses.
Somewhere Bay is going like, motherfucker.
Look at Apollo. I'm gonna let you see the future. Really? And no one's gonna believe you. That's low key kind of fucking shit. Like fuck you.
That's my Tuesday character.
I'm about to say.
That's my Tuesday character.
Yup.
Yup.
Fia. So.
So, Caitlin gets a kind of confused. A glyph has welcomed us and keeps welcoming us. It doesn't stop welcoming us. Like, kind of. Caitlin.
Echo is stuck in the way of an automatic door, and it just keeps opening and closing, opening and closing.
They're gonna do their final test. And just see if any part of them crosses that threshold, if there's gonna be an issue with the crocodilian.
So there is a as with most of these places, not really staircases. It's more just like portholes or like ramps, slopes. The one that leads down, as you bypass it, nothing.
Okay.
But you do get a very strange taste in the water. Not a taste that you have ever tasted before. Very earthy, very rooty, and bitter, real bitter.
To Kaelin, tell Ariel their basement tastes bad. And then the final thing that Echo is going to do is cast Speak with Animals on themselves.
Okay.
And once they've done that, find Salty. Is going to ask, if others come, will you be a threat?
So speak
Because
with...
fun fact about Echo, Echo likes animals more than people,
Fair.
which is one of the main reasons their competitiveness has been kind of quelled. Because it's like, ooh, this is kind of a vibe, dangerous, but a vibe.
I need to double check this wording here.
Is it an animal?
You speak out loud to it. It gives you some look of near comprehension, but doesn't answer. Just again observes you and then passes by you. It doesn't go out of its way to like avoid you, like it doesn't swim round, but it does keep a distance, like enough of a distance that if you were to dash, it would be able to turn and chomp.
Makes sense. Echo is then going to actually move outside to like the front doors and open the front doors. Is going to send back through Kaelin. Approach slowly, carefully. It's not currently violent, but it could be. We found the basement.
Okay. To the rest of the party, Kaelin passes this along to you and he immediately starts swimming over towards the doors.
Alright, well, I don't love that, but
Captain,
yes.
with your permission, may I lead this charge? If this thing's not hostile and if it can understand anything, maybe I can talk it down.
Okay, but you don't go too far ahead of the group. I want you within yoinking length.
No, of course. I'm just saying, just asking for your permission to be at the front.
Of course. That we can do.
Already gone, buddy. Sorry.
You fucker.
If Kaelin's going, I'm going.
Okay, I appreciate it. Well, motherfucker. Well, Reaver's already gone ahead.
I don't know what you expected, to be perfectly honest.
Well, I honestly don't know either, and I'm going to hightail it towards Reaver.
Fair.
Definitely fair. Okay, so you hightail it towards Reaver. Is the rest of the party following?
Yep.
By the time you guys get to the front doors, you can just see Echo kind of there. Just at the front doors. And at that point, the thing's making another round, and you just see this 20-foot long shape pass, completely unfazed, behind Echo. You can also see in the center of the foyer a glyph on the ground showing a hologram of a Ariel, an elf that you recognize, a deep elf that you recognize as someone you had a brief conversation with, just standing there, constantly giving this message of, "Welcome to my abode. Please make yourself at home. Avoid the main floor if you can. Another guest is on a monthly episode, which should pass by morning."
Look at Steve Irwin's favorite baby. Hello. I take it you're the guest he's talking about.
This thing doesn't even perceive you guys. It briefly looks over Kaelin, but sees how Kaelin's body language near Echo is more supplicative, so has zero issues. And the rest of you is in the nicest way possible. Compared to something like a saltwater, none of you give off threat. So it literally doesn't even acknowledge you guys as it swims by.
Okay, well, I guess we're good either way.
He didn't answer us when we talked to it either.
In Feather's head,
Mm-hmm.
Luce is going to ask, basically pointing the two of them directly at this magical hologram thing.
Mm-hmm.
The fuck is that? How long do those usually last? And is that recent, do you think?
And he'll just kind of... Could be... anything. Can't... detect yet. After I sleep, I'll check.
What do you think it is?
Oh, that's telepathic. This is in our heads.
Oh, okay.
But Luce will present the question to everyone else, since Feather doesn't know. We think that's recent, we think that's old.
Pardon
How
me.
dilapidated does this place look on the inside?
Looks like incredibly well conditioned. But you've also been made aware that apparently Ariels' family are a long line of incredibly powerful magic users. So this thing could be 1,000 years old and nobody's touched it in a millennium. Magic could just be keeping everything in perfect working order.
I get the distinct gut feeling that it's old, but I have absolutely nothing to base that off of.
I think it's fairly old.
Reaver's just staring in admiration at the crocodile, because again, that's closer to monster and like what he's used to again than people. So he's just like, that's really cool. Why the fuck are you here? But just appreciating it.
Anything that you guys would like to do, or are you now just entering the building?
I think we're entering.
Yep, heading toward that basement.
Then as you guys enter, making your way to Echo and to the ramp down into the basement, that's a fairly good place to take a bathroom break. We're going to duck away for a wee quick tactical 15. Don't go anywhere, folks, and we will see you after our 15-minute break, where you'll find out what is in the basement. See you in 15. Well, hello, folks,
The
and welcome
booming.
back to part 2. Saelia looks petrified. Welcome back to part 2. When we left off to go on our little breaky break, our party had just decided they were going to step on into the home of Ariels' family. They'd made their way to the beginning of the basement and were heading down into it. As you guys are descending into the basement, you're going to notice, those of you who can perceive in a non-lacking detail way, around the edge of this basement, there's a bit of a difference. There's almost like in the ground, there has been like a mesh girdle put around the ring that leads into the basement. And inside you can see there's some kind of plant growing out of it. Ariel, I will allow you to make the roll, however what I am going to say is I'm going to give you disadvantage on this one because this plant is not a plant you've ever come across. Reaver, I'll allow you to make the roll as well. But I'm going to give you disadvantage as well because although you may have come across it, it's not a plant that I think you'll have had intimate connections with. So both of you, nature checks.
Holy shit. Huh. 21.
Oh, I actually might do okay here. Nature, you said?
Yep.
Because I've rolled an 18 base. Nature's a 0. 18.
I rolled a
18.
17 and a 19.
Okay, Ariel, you're not familiar with the plant. You've never seen this plant before. But as you kind of get close and you kind of pull a little strand of it out, it's got the same kind of properties as a few plants that you've seen that are used to kind of like ward things off. Like, you know, if you have like certain species of catfish poking around in your garden, you plant a certain type of plant and it keeps them from going towards your kind of higher value plants.
Mm-hmm.
Reaver, you don't remember what this type of you don't remember what the plant is called, but but you've seen the plant before. One of the people on your crew in the Thresher's Maw used to hang it outside. Used to hang it inside his door.
Okay. Did I know the purpose why it was hung?
Yes. This particular person had lycanthropy. And they would hang it inside their room, specifically on nights of the full moon when they couldn't control their change because it stopped them from leaving the room.
Okay. I immediately know which person that was then. Okay. I will pass to Ariel first if you want to have any conversation, because this is your place, buddy.
You two are from the top. You know what this is? I haven't seen it before.
I know you should not break it. If you don't want the crocodile to follow us.
Okay.
Think of how to word this. So I now know what that is up there, by the way. Basically, this is a do not disturb sign for it. You move that out the way, that croc can then come after us.
Got it. Okay. Good to know.
Ooh, Bran, would I know if we took some off and put it on us, it would stay away from us?
You usually, so there are some people in the crew of the Thresher's Maw who would do this, but you usually needed quite a decent amount. Like, they would wear like fist-sized bags around their chest around about the time of the full moon.
Okay.
So it wouldn't be a case of like pulling out a little strand. You'd have to tear the grate out and scoop out like a good fistful of it.
Is there enough to cover people?
Probably not. Not
Okay,
everybody.
yeah, then-
Could probably cover 1 or 2 people.
And yeah, I'll go with the original. Don't break it. I won't add any further information then.
Okay. As you make your way downstairs, you come to a door. A large circular door. On the front of it, there are sprawling arcane glyphic designs. In the centre, oh god, what's that colour? A rose-coloured gem in the centre of it, shaped like a star. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any handle or keyhole anywhere in this door, but there's definitely a ridge where you can see the groove of where the door opens and closes.
Can I read the runes?
You can certainly try. What languages do you understand?
Common, Elven, and Aquan.
Yes, you can read the Elven runes. Now, you lean in, you take a look at it, and as you look over it, words that are... Sorry, I'm trying to think of the best way to words this. My brain's went blank and I'm trying to think of the best way to word this.
Oh no.
Right, okay. The words that form in a cyclical pattern, as in they swarm round as you perceive them and are able to read them. The moment that you get close enough and they start to form themselves into sentences, they form fairly short sentences. And they are... It's like a question. And it forms the words. To bear me is to wish to give me up. To give me up is to have never held me. And again, to reiterate that, it appears in the Elvish. Listen.
I can read that because I speak and understand Elvish, correct?
Yep, you can.
Can I relay that to Feather?
Okay.
Would you be relaying it out loud or just telepathically?
I'm gonna relay it to Feather, and then Luce will read it out loud.
So as that's happening, I would like to just quickly jump to Ariel, just because he's the first one that would approach and see it. So anyway, as that manifests, is there anything you would like to do with that?
You're muted.
That is the star in the center?
Yep.
In Elven. I don't know if this is the right answer. In Elven, I'll just say a dream.
As you say the word dream, the gem in the center of the door goes from rose to red. And there's a... as you're the one that spoke, Ariel, I do need you to make for me an intelligence saving throw.
Oh no.
Oh boy! I guess I was wrong. Hey! Okay, it's a +1. 19!
19, okay. So 19 is going to be a save, so you will take half the damage. bu- bu- du- bu- 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 Excuse me, just hold
Thanks,
that one
Dad.
down.
No worries. Thanks, Dad. I'll appreciate this mental scar.
You will take 8 psychic damage.
Okay.
Truly garbage rolls. 2 5s, 2 1, and a 4.
Hey, I appreciate that garbage roll.
That garbage roll is my best friend.
Yeah.
So there's a brief mental spike.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
And then it reverts to a rose color again.
Okay, I need somebody smart.
Yes.
It's a riddle.
Oh, what is the riddle?
To bear me is to wish to give me up. To give me up is to never have held me.
A memory?
Do you speak that out loud, Marisol?
Yup.
I need an intelligence saving throw as it goes red again.
Damn it! I really thought I did. I really thought I had it.
Right?
Roll. Okay, I'll use this digital dice roller if you're gonna be a bitch computer.
The dice are just like, don't roll this.
Don't do it.
Don't do
Don't
it.
do it. Don't do it.
That's a 13.
13, okay, so 13 is going to be a fail.
Oh, 14.
Four-
14, sorry.
Doesn't help you.
There.
Ah,
Oh.
gosh darn it.
Does +3? You're within 10 feet of me. +3 to all saving throws because paladins.
So
yeah.
15 would be, that 14 would become a 17.
Yes.
Okay, Marisol, on a meets it, beats it, you will take half damage, which means you will take 10 psychic damage as you are spiked in the brain. And to be specific, it sounds like this is quite a horrible thing to ask, but have any of you guys ever heard the recording of what happened, of one of the first recordings of the bloop? And it was when sonar weapons were being tested and a pod of whales moved in the way. You guys ever heard the sound of it? That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, it's terrifying.
Fucking horrific. It's
Yeah.
God's awful. Yeah, that's what it sounds like as this spikes into your mind. So Ariel and Marisol now have pounding headaches. Marisol's slightly worse. Anybody else want to take a stab at it?
Intelligence 11.
Intelligence 8.
Luce, Marisol, does your boyfriend have
sorry,
any
Trey.
ideas?
This is in Runic Elvish, correct?
It is written in Elvish runes, yes.
Elvish runes. Is there anything when it's spoken out loud? Does it sound like a nursery rhyme,
No.
or does it just sound like a riddle?
Just sounds like a riddle.
So it just sounds like a riddle.
It sounds like
Cool.
it sounds like the way I'd put it is if I was to tell a riddle to you, I would speak it like, no matter how hard you hit me, no matter how much I hurt, I'm always good for a laugh. What am I? There's no specific pentameter to it. When you read it, it just reads as a sentence.
Punchline.
If I was that door, you'd be getting mind spiked again. That's wrong.
Ah, damn!
The answer is a funny bone.
Ah.
Nice.
When it's a door, not a door.
When it's a jar!
It's a jar. Haha, key please.
Why can't we get one of those riddles?
Listen, I have ideas, but I know my character will not.
Yeah.
Okay, so Reaver, you're choosing not to make an attempt?
I have an idea, but it's not going to be solving the riddle. I'm letting the smart people do their thing.
Echo? Are you making
8
an
intelligence.
attempt? Okay, cool, fair. Then based on that logic, with Kaelin being in the same boat, I'm going to say Kaelin is not going to make an attempt either. Luce, would you like to attempt an answer?
Wait.
Have an idea for Ariel to attempt again? Before I get mind spiked with a bad answer?
I'm gonna try it again before you.
Okay.
A child.
Just the way you said it was the exact same rhythm as a child.
A child.
No.
I'm fully prepared for it to be no.
And it goes red again.
Hey, damn it.
Intelligence saving throw, please.
You have +3.
13. No. Yes, 13.
13 in total, including the +3 from Reaver.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Ouch.
so that's going to be a fail.
Owie.
Why is it? What this happens all the time? I put combat in front of parties, and I'm like, "This is like 5 CR above you," and they swamp it. I put riddles in front of them. They're like, "We are here for 3 sessions. We can't get the door open." 8 and 8, 16 plus 10 makes 26. 26, 30. 38 psychic damage on that one.
Damn.
How you doing?
Help! A little bit of blood starts.
There's like blood coming out the nose, a little bit of like bloodshot eyes, that kind of thing.
I'm gonna. Oh my god! I'm gonna cast. We're gonna give Ariel, second level healing word. It's okay. You can do it.
I'm gonna dump 2 of my healing light into myself.
Yeah, I got you 14 points of health.
I appreciate you. 10. Lovely.
So, with Ariel's other attempt passed, Luce, are you wanting to make an attempt?
In Feather's head, because she's seeing people get migraines and bleeding from them from a door that is magic and is just visibly uncomfortable now. She's gonna ask Feather. That sounds like in the head. That sounds like it's either something based in like love or knowledge, right?
Because you're asking.
If you,
Sorry, go ahead. Finish your point.
oh no, she's basically just like it's something to have and to. But if you never had it, you can't lose it. But you don't want to lose it because it's love. But it's also knowledge. Because apparently Ariel's entire fucking family deals with magic shit, and magic people love knowledge.
I'm gonna roll it here, so just in case, because it's coming to an NPC doing something that could progress the story.
I have an intelligence of 11. I'm not getting this.
So that is a 14 on the die. It can be seen. It's upside down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I see it.
14 on the die. Feather has a.
+6 intelligence, you said.
I'm just double checking that just to be sure. Yep. Actually no. +7 intelligence.
Damn.
I forgot he's high level. He's Lich. 14 plus 7 minus the 3 he has at the moment. That's still a 14 plus 4 is an 18, which is above the 17 mark needed. As he hears it, he's going to sit and he's going to secret.
Oh, I don't like that.
And he'll speak it out loud before he kind of has to. Secret. And the gem will brighten. And then sink into the door, and the door will split in the middle and open. And as it opens,
Obvious now.
We were on the right track.
what you're looking at here as you step in, without any major forms of observation, is like a miniature museum. Plinths with sealed glass containers and items all over the place. Wall to wall books. And at the very, very back of the room, made from solid brass and copper. Real, tough, hardy metals, bonded with this bright, silvery metal that none of you have seen before, except maybe Reaver. It's some kind of large... You could honestly be forgiven for expecting it to be like a tank, like a vivarium. Reaver, one thing you're going to notice that's quite weird about this vivarium, there's no water inside it.
Uh-huh. I think I know what that is.
And there's a bed inside it. And some fairly comfortable furniture. A place for belongings. A set of neatly folded clothes. And it's like a double access point, so like, you know, you go into one bit, you close the door behind you, and then you open the other door, which brings you out into the swimming area, the wet part.
Like an airlock.
Yeah, it is an airlock.
Yeah.
That's adamantium, isn't it, Bran?
No, but I could see why you
Metal.
would think that. But it does have a similar look.
Okay.
Mithril?
No. Nothing
Metal's
along those
shinier
lines.
than that. I'm thinking for pressure is why it'd be adamantium.
It's not orichalcum, is it?
No, definitely not. It
No,
does
it's
not
something
have-
surface-based.
It's a surface metal. Brass and copper as well is metals that would be they'd be down here, but not in massive quantities. But this is quite a large amount. Very, very hard metals because of the pressure. Reaver, if you want, you can make a history check.
Yeah, there's a few that my brain as a player are going through. There's like tungsten, there's palladium, there's titanium, there's to a degree potentially stainless steel is an argument with welding, arc lighting. 13 on the die. History is a plus 0. 13.
13, it's tungsten.
Oh, fuck, cool.
Oh, damn.
Real
Yeah, that means-
high density, powerful
Yep.
metal. In the center of this, the only plinth with a glass container that is lifted, all it has on it is a small book with a little card folded in half that just says, "Only to be opened in the event of my demise."
Reaver, do you have any want to be in the open air again?
Why?
Because I'm about to go in there.
I'm going to look at his arms, and then I'm going to look at that airlock. Do I think Ariel is strong enough to open and close that with? Because I know how pressurizing works because of copper diving bells and stuff like that. Like, I know how pressure works. Do I genuinely think he could open a pressurized door?
I mean, what's your strength what's your athletics modifier, Ariel?
Athletics a +1. I have a 12 strength.
It's unlikely, but there's a shot.
Okay. I'm not going to say you can't, Ariel, but I recommend you don't go in there.
I think I know what's happening here. To be specific, I'm talking about when you step in to the room, not in the airlock at the back. The plinths are all around this space, not the airlock.
Okay.
So the
Okay.
group with the little thing is about 20 feet in front of you, not
Okay, never
inside
mind
the
then.
airlock.
Cool,
thought
because
it was
I
inside the
did
airlock.
that. I was just like, why do you want to go into the surface bit? I was like, you could die in there.
Yeah. I thought
No, they
the
can
book
breathe on-
was
they can-
in
they
the
can
airlock.
breathe
Yeah,
on- they can
I'm
breathe out.
amphibious.
I was more meaning he couldn't get it back open
Alright, cool, yeah, that's fine.
and just starve.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely checking out that book.
But they're still alive.
I don't think our visitor wrote this.
This is your place. And I'm an idiot in councils of these matters, but... And I'm going to point at the airlock. That's for the crocodile. They are a person. They are a surface-born.
Understood. I thought it was something else.
It could be, but that's my guess. Again,
I mean, they seem amicable. Who knows? Maybe if we ask, if they really don't want us reading it, maybe they'll chime in.
right now or when they change?
I don't know.
Right now, Ariel... Let me ask you a question. Does Archie scare you?
Reaver, a lot of things scare me.
Fair. There was one person that I knew that was more, shall we call them temperamental, than me on the crew.
Okay.
That's the person they remind me of. And that's why there's that plant.
Got it.
When they're a person, they're fine. They can walk past the plant. My recommendation to you is we just explore your home more. See if there's any other problems why the SOS came out. And rest here. Maybe you have an amicable friend, someone who knows about your life.
God, that'd be nice. Okay, I guess we're bunking in a museum? Wow, that's... I guess you just look to everybody else. I guess welcome to my home. I make you guys make yourselves comfortable. I'm gonna check out some of the stuff. I'm gonna start looking through the exhibits, like seeing what's really in here.
I'm probably gonna tag along, not like right up behind you, but close.
Alrighty then. Anybody else going on a tour of what's in here, or?
I am going to sit behind the ward, but in the way, because I will clarify as a player and also as Reaver, my fear is as soon as you touch these plinths and look around, that guy's going feral.
That's not. I'm just looking at him.
Oh yeah, no, it's more just because I
Yeah.
don't know if you're getting touched. So I'm no weapon out yet, but just existing and keeping an eye on Echo and Caitlin.
Okay. Loose, Echo.
Echo?
Echo's hanging around Reaver. Their attention is split twofold. One, focus on Reaver. And to an extent, Kaylin as well, but they kind of already know what Kaylin's gonna do. But then, their attention is also on the crocodile whenever it comes around, and they're very clearly studying it, and some of their movements start to replicate it, and it's essentially them filing the information away so that they can wild shape into it later.
Okay.
They're also thinking about food.
And am I to assume that people are beginning to settle down for like rests here? Okay.
Eventually, yeah.
Is it a short or long rest you'll be wanting to do here?
I'm fine with either. What are you guys thinking, needing?
I'm fine with a short rest.
I need neither. I'm waiting for the moon to phase. But again, that's not information that I've clearly shared. All I've said is I'm waiting for them to change.
Echo, how long does that weird shit in the estate last?
Didn't that get dispelled?
No.
Or did you not use the
Outfield got
second foresight?
dispelled.
Ah.
I'm gonna double check this just real quick to make sure.
It's 24 hours.
Yes. Why'd that throw my brain off? Okay, words. just assume Echo tells you 24 hours. My brain stopped. I'm dipping.
That's
Right
fine.
here.
You're fine. Sure, I still need to talk to Morden about something, and I don't want to use the last 1 or 2 times I could send a message on that.
Okay. Then, with Ariel going around and looking at this place and Marisol joining them, I'm going to go to you two. As you move around here, it seems to be a collection of no more and no less. Well, I say no more, no less. Roughly around about 200 magical random items here that have been stored up over the course of time of whatever length this has been here. Some of them look fantastic. A skull sits untouched inside of a glass case. The glass case presents a rotating magical warning saying, "Do not open," as this fairly normal looking skull sits inside. One of them just has a ring, a small black ring with a carved rune on the front of it. One of them has what appears to be some kind of moving gelatinous blob which forms random eyes to watch you at certain points. And then when you walk away it moves around again, every now and again forming sharp jagged points in an attempt to break out but never actually managing to. And then some of them are fairly innocuous things that you wouldn't even consider to be of major importance. I will tell you. So one of them you can see what appears to be a kind of like a really, really dull looking sword just sat inside this dome. And when I say dull, I mean like it doesn't look, it looks like the edge on this thing is flat. One of them appears to be just a chunk of ice. And another one is a crown. A crown missing 7 gems. Just the crown. The setting for 7 gems, but all 7 gems missing. Just the greatest random mishmash of items. Some of them have names. Some of them don't have any names. Some of them have maybe suspected names, but nothing definite.
There is a great quantity of things here. Do you know why your family had them?
Honestly, no idea. I was a baby when I was taken, so this is all new. Hopefully whenever our guest comes back, I guess, Reaver suspects, we'll maybe get some answers.
One can hope.
Yeah, I really do. I mean, this is just a lot of just random.
Well, why would you collect a lot of random things?
I mean, most of the time when I do, it's because they have some use. Like when we visited my shack, everything had a use. Just trying to figure out what the use for these would be.
How loud are you two talking?
We're not like, I'm not, or at least Ariel isn't, like being like super hushed about it.
Yeah, I'm not whispering or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Luce is just leaning in the doorway, watching all of you. Feather is sat somewhere, so he doesn't have to be backpack.
You've unloaded the sack of potatoes.
Man is allowed to exist
Yep.
as a person. And she's just gonna say, the word was secrets. It's a vault.
That is even more interesting then.
Or you think this is like some kind of armory?
I don't know. It's a vault. Obviously, it's a vault to keep secrets safe and out of the eyes of people who don't know the code word. It's a very Saelian way of doing things. Saelians are probably the best god awful secret keepers, like to an annoying degree, where they're kind of known for it. So you're looking at a vault and the things in the vault. Like, it don't have to have a rhyme or reason. It's probably also to keep things in one place for the person who collected them. It's a collection.
Other options. Treasure. You saw our vault in the cracked ship. Look at all the stuff we had.
You should read the book. It'll probably explain what all this shit is. If not, I can look at it and basically try to tell you how old it might be and how much it might be worth, but that's all I can do.
I'm just trying to take into account what Reaver said. If that does belong to the guest upstairs, last thing I want to do is piss somebody off in this house.
Did you recognize that weird magic man that was speaking in circles in the center of the room?
Yeah.
As?
Dear old dad.
And he's dead, right?
Yeah.
And this is your house, right? That belonged to him?
Yeah.
I think it's safe to assume that all this might belong to the family.
Fuck it. Alright. I'm gonna grab the book.
Okay.
First I'm gonna look at, like, open the card to see if there's anything else written in it.
Nothing at all. As you pick up the book, you see on the front of it, it has beautiful rose coloured leather to match the cover of the book, but filigree stitched onto the front of the book. In the centre of it, there is like a kite-shaped shield with a coat of arms on it. The coat of arms looks like an open book, some kind of spiral, and then a shooting star behind it across a sea of lavender. The shooting star in the background has 7 points.
If I read this and it pisses somebody off, please, somebody, don't let them punch me. Open the book.
You open the book and the first thing you see straight away is a glyph. And the moment the book is opened, the glyph activates and there's this surge of magic, a pop, and in front of you there is your father. Looks at his hands, flexes, cracks his neck, looks around and says, "Hello? I don't believe we've met."
Oh,
What? What the
I'm
fuck just happened?
Oh, well, you activated the triggered component of a simulacrum spell. Therefore, the simulacrum spell is cast. And as it was cast, I was formed.
And you are...
As I've just stated, I am a simulacrum.
Oh. Okay.
I mean, I must say, a simulacrum is a rather impressive form of magic. I did expect a bit more. You know, I wasn't expecting the full oohs and ahs, but at least a moderate hum of impression would be quite the norm.
Yeah.
From the doorway. You're pretty impressive.
Thank you to you.
Lady Glimmertide.
Oh! I must say, I was not aware that Moradin had a sister.
Daughter.
I don't perceive you to be telling lies, but you speak something of an impossibility.
How's that an impossibility?
If Moradin had a daughter, I'm fairly sure he would have told me.
There are a lot of things that you don't know that might shock you.
Close.
I understand
Close to
that you're.
Moradin?
I understand that you're not familiar with who I am, but if you were, you'd understand the humor behind that sentence.
Shiny
to
magic
Moradin,
man. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, close to Moradin, are you?
Rather close, actually. I guess you could. Well, since you're all here in this particular location, we work together.
Ah.
Oh, I believe I appear to have spoken too much.
No.
Oh, okay. So you are operating members of the Deep Tide.
Yes, I am.
Again, I'm not entirely sure I'm going to be trusting you, considering that, again, it is a bit of an impossibility with Moradin having a child. I'm sure I would know.
You know
Apologies.
Moradin to be married, by any chance?
You're not working on behalf of anybody within the upper echelons of the Deep Tide, are you?
No.
Okay. Then,
Absolutely not.
unofficially, and speaking completely in hypothetical terminology, you understand. I guess you could say in a very hypothetical and nonsensical kind of way that Moradin is in fact married. Hypothetically, of course.
Hypothetically, of course.
Yes.
And
Much
I
more of
don't-
a
I don't mean-
metaphorical marriage.
Yes. And I don't mean to sound insulting, but if said hypothetical marriage did exist, and were to hypothetically result in a child, don't you think that impossible child would be best kept secret from all, really?
Well, if Moradin is still dealing with what he deals with, then I can see why he would keep it a secret. But of course, you operate within his circle, within the Deep Tide, so you would know all about that.
Yeah. What about you? You have any kids?
I believe I can trust you. I do. I have a son.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'm very proud. He has that sparkle in his eye, that one day he's going to grow up to be a great mind.
just looks back to the group. Just
Ariels is staring at the ceiling.
There's almost an audible womp womp.
Yep. What's the kid's name?
We named him Ariel.
It's a great name.
Just leaning over to Luz. How many times are we going to meet our fathers and not have them recognize us? I don't understand. I really didn't think this would be that common.
I didn't either. I thought Mom was dead. It's fine.
Feather will comment, if it makes you feel any better, winter elves don't know our parents. You'll never have to meet mine.
That does make me feel better.
I'm glad.
Oh,
It was just sighs.
I will briefly interrupt my whisper conversation about something else. That Ran, I'll let you know on the DM points what that is. To just simply yell, "So you're a magic man. When were you cast?"
Oh, I actually quite like the. I don't know if you noticed. It's actually quite a pun that you've said. I am literally a man created from magic, but I'm also a magic-using man. You are quite comical, my friend. I was cast, and he will say that he kind of stops, thinks, and he'll say he was cast on the 27th day of the 6th cycle. And the year that he gives points to roughly about 6 months before you were taken, Ariel.
Hey, magic man, do you want to ask what date it is to the person in front of you? And then I'm just going to go back to my whisper conversation. I've stirred the pot enough.
I mean, I wasn't entirely, that's not entirely my purpose for being cast, but I suppose so. And he'll look to you, Ariel. What exactly is the date today?
it's been about 200 years
Oh.
since you were cast.
And he'll turn and he's going to look in your hands to see the book and go, oh, my. So that would mean that my caster is dead.
Apologies.
I never knew him, so I can't really say whether there was any grievance.
I mean, to be fair, I didn't really either.
Oh. I mean, I don't know if you understand what a simulacrum spell is, but I'm basically them. Well, I'm them from the point that they cast the spell, so anything within these 200 years that have passed, apparently, I will have no understanding or recollection of.
Yeah, that's what makes this hard. I should introduce myself at the very least. I'll hold out a hand to them to shake it.
He'll take your hand and you'll shake it.
My name's Ariel.
Oh! Like my caster's child.
Exactly like that.
Strange. From my memory, I remember it to be quite an uncommon name.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
It's your caster's fucking son.
Thank you.
Stupidity runs in the family.
I heard that.
He's going to turn and look at Euless and go, I was very aware of that situation. I was trying to get the more abrupt and blunt answer to be spoken, but thank you for your input. And he'll turn back to you, Ariel. You look very different from how I remember you.
Well, I was a baby.
Yes, you were. How have you been?
Not great.
Oh,
How long does You last.
Oh, I am infinite. Until such a
Oh.
point as I am dispelled.
Looks to Feather. We'll try to make sure that doesn't happen. It's a long story. Let's maybe take a seat.
Oh, of course. Can I get anybody any refreshments?
Guys? Oh, also, there is a large... What'd you call it, Reaver?
Lichen.
Upstairs.
Oh, does he have scales?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Rather large snout, lots of teeth.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Gildis. He's harmless. Okay, to be specific, unless it's a full moon, he's harmless.
Well, apparently the moon is full.
Oh. Well, it's fine, he can't get in here anyway. He'll eventually change into his human form, then he'll swim down, and then he'll, go into his room. Then he'll sulk.
Sulk?
Yes, he's quite the moody sort.
So Ariel will get along fabulously with him.
Wow. Right now?
So can
Yes.
can you use magic items?
I'm an exact copy of my caster, as they were 200 years ago. I can do anything they can do. I can cast magic, I was going to say I could dance, but I can dance, but I'm not very well.
We can dance together later, maybe.
Runs in the family. That's my dad, motherfucker.
Luce will pull out the sending stone
Okay.
and just hold it up. You want to talk to Morden?
No, as far as I can understand, the SOS signal has been sounded, so no doubt he'll appear at some point. It should trigger the stone he has in his possession.
Oh.
It's also been a while, so he might not have that.
Oh, that is quite fair. Oh, I hope nobody's taken it from him. That could be quite disastrous.
Repeat my point. You want to talk to him?
This might be a good idea.
She will offer out the sending stone.
Take the sending stone. And there's a couple of minutes of silence as he stands there just having the conversation with Moradin.
I would like to insight check while he's doing this. Continue.
Okay. Anything the party would wish to do at this point?
Panic.
I got nothing except sitting here watching this.
I think there's a brief moment where out of sheer, Echo's not used to so many things they haven't been able to see in one day.
Oh shit, that's right.
And so it's a quick, investigate around where things are coming from just to try to get a bearing on things. But that's about it.
Okay. Anybody else anything to add to that?
Has Gildis done anything since the Lichen has spoken? Cool. I have only one assessment to make, and that's about the airlock in the situation. Is it openable both sides easily, or has it got a locking mechanism?
Oh,
I'm trying to assess, is that a room or a cell?
oh no, this is where Gildas would come when he's on downtime from certain missions. He's able to hold his breath for quite some time, but not an indefinite period of time. Between myself and Moradin, we were able to create an item that extends his lung capacity to roughly a week at any given time, but he still has to maintain at least a constant day of breathing in oxygen. So he comes here and, takes in his share.
No complaints then, yeah, just listening.
So when
Do I go through it? Question. Mark.
Sorry?
Do I go through it at some point? Because Echo can't see it.
Oh no, you can see the simulacrum. It's a person.
I can see it.
Yeah,
It's
it's
an
a person.
actual full
Yeah.
person.
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh my god, it's a full person. Never mind, we're
Simulacrum
good then.
it creates it's a construct, so it's an actual physical thing.
Okay.
It's just
Perfect,
it's
cool.
an exact copy of the stat block that made it, just as a construct to say they are humanoid.
Bet entirely ignore me then. I'm not doing shit.
Okay.
It was a 16 on insight while he's talking more through the sending stone.
Absolutely no deception about this. If anything, they're too open. Like, Ariel came in and went, "Yeah, I work for the Deep Tide," and he absolutely does not. And this person just went, "Ah, good, you must be telling the truth. You're here after all." I don't know why, but your father has very quickly evolved to be voiced by Matt Berry.
Yeah, I was thinking this. I'm cool. I'm good with this.
Ha.
Why do I feel like he's IT Matt Berry and not what we do in the shadows Matt Berry?
I don't know. He definitely not walking around going, "You are the most vile bastard in New York City." He's definitely not doing that.
No.
No, not at all.
He's definitely more along the lines of like, "Bloody sorcerer! You give him 2 bags of gold and you end up wankered on Rehypnol."
I love him.
Definitely that form of Matt Berry.
Fair.
He's just a very open person with
Incredibly
expressions
so.
and
Yeah. No
weirdly
signs
trusting.
of deception whatsoever.
So just hold her hand out for the sending stone whenever he's done.
He'll hand it back, and he'll say, "Your father is on his way. Which point we should have a discussion. He says there's lots I have to be filled in on, which could take some time. He did say he will be here come morning. So you are." He's going to look to you, Ariel, and say, "Well, if I'm dead, or at least my caster is dead, then this is technically yours." I will say, though, I do know that I intended to change the keywords on all of the items. I don't know if that's been done recently. So you may not be able to access everything without figuring out the keywords. But I do have many diaries, and he gestures around the entire wall, and he goes, "Please feel free to peruse."
Wait.
Wow. First things first. Let's get you caught up on some recent history.
Oh, I do enjoy history.
I don't know if you'll enjoy this one. And I'm just gonna sit down crisscross applesauce and like lean against one of the podiums if he'll join me, and we'll take the time to tell him basically the story of Ariel, like, and what has brought us to this point. Not giving every detail, because a lot of them are not mine to give, but some of this, most of the stuff that has to do with Ariel and what Ariel has lived through, will relay that story to.
Would you want privacy for this?
No, you guys are fine. I'm doing better at not keeping secrets.
Okay.
So, you guys are more than welcome to listen in. And then I will finish telling the story.
Okay. And with that, unless anybody has anything majorly specific they'd like to do,
I have one simple question to Echo because I have connected. I was like, do you want to go hunt? They're safe. I know you're hungry.
Echo will nod and we will go out tonight. And then we'll hold out a hand if you want.
You'll take your hand and say, I trust you? Yep. And they will cast Gaze of Two Minds.
Echo's full on like, I don't know what this thing is. I don't know what to call it. Do you want to do the thing?
Yep.
Do the thing.
Julie, do the thing. As you do that, Kaelin grumbles in the corner. Yeah, I can do special things.
Kaelin's coming with.
Oh, okay. Kaelin's coming with. So you guys are going. You guys are going hunting, yeah?
Kaelin also needs to eat.
Yeah, I know.
You don't.
Yeah.
Technically, you're also coming with. Don't pout.
Yeah.
Don't pout.
So you guys are going out hunting. Ariel's sitting with his dad, or his
simulacrum.
His photocopy.
Parental.
It's his sim dad.
his control P. Sorry, control V.
Yep.
Marisol, Luce. What are you guys doing?
Marisol?
Assume the cuddle position.
Assume the cuddle position. Because his name is Gillard or Gillard. It's Gillard, I think.
Gillard. Looks like Gilliard.
Yes. Since he offered, Lucy's gonna go pull one of the books off the shelf.
Okay.
And she is going to read it to Marisol and Feather.
Neat.
Roll me, if you
God.
please, a D100. And
No.
I'm gonna flip a coin. I would say roll a D2, but I'll use my D2.
Said roll a D100 and you're gonna flip it to 2?
Yep.
100.
Seriously?
What?
Seriously.
Holy shit!
Damn.
Go. Or really bad. I don't know which
Or
way
really
Brand
bad.
does these. Yeah.
Weirdly enough,
Okay.
this is the second day in a row somebody I know has rolled a 100 on a D100 on stream. It's fucking wild.
Law of averages. Eventually it happens.
I mean, yeah.
Bear with me while I open it up.
God, you're getting dad lore.
As you open up the book, it details a story. This story talks about a certain journey, Not journey. Let's call it a road trip, for lack of a better way of saying it. That involved Moradin, Becerra, Gilliard, as well as 2 others. One named Gildis, and the other named Shira.
Oh no.
Oh, fuck.
And it involved them taking a trip through the Salt Vale.
Rude.
The objective was to bring back someone who had passed through. But upon finding their friend, they had already been warped by what lay beyond the Salt Vale. So they couldn't return them. And that was when their friend Shira started to hear something speak to her. He mentions that before this point, Shira had always been one of their stalwart, battle-worthy friends. Gleaming armour, bright weapons in hand, ready to take life. And in this particular instance, something cracked. And suddenly she was not the warrior they had known.
Which is why she's now High Priestess Shira.
She laid down her weapons, and upon leaving the Salt Vale, she handed over her weapon to Gilliard to be stored, to be kept, because it had been in her family for generations. And the weapon that was handed over was a long polearm, using the stat block of a glaive. Gilliard writes about how he cast a spell upon it which gave him the information about a spell by the name of Legend Lore, and that this weapon had been carried by her family for generations upon generations. This was handed to them, passed down by someone from the surface, someone who worshipped a god or an entity that existed beyond the surfacer's version of the Salt Vale. A weapon designed to kill, which was not what Shira had wanted. He says that he's stored it towards the back. It will be noticeable by its name, Harvester.
Danny's reactions are great.
And then at the very last page, it says, written in a scrolled hand, says code word Reaper. Indubitably.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I think with the visual reactions, I think Marisol's called dibs.
Listen, if Marisol calls dibs, I'm taking that quarterstaff.
Quarterstaff?
Biden, thank you.
There
Biden.
it is.
Still need to figure out what the fuck that thing does. We might have someone who
Yeah.
can cast Legend Lore and figure out what the fuck it does.
I mean, I can cast Identify on it.
We know
Legend
what
Lore
the
tells you
Biden
the entire
does.
story.
Okay. Ah, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, Legend Lore will give you the full thing.
I mean,
Yeah,
hey,
Lucy's-
ask Gilliard.
Luce is just reading out this story and then gets a little bit tripped up whenever she starts seeing her parents' names, sees Shira's name, and is just like, oh. It's kind of just evolves into that, a lot of that, while reading Feather and Saelia and Maris on the story.
Nothing else for the party?
I don't think I can hear that because Echo's out hunting, so yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah. And then just after Ariel tells his story, we'll ask for Gilliard's story.
And Gilliard will tell you, and I believe that will cover the course of a long rest for you. Sitting talking.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm going to be nice, and I'm going to say that you're able to talk instead of, falling comatose, and I'll still give you the long rest. Okay?
I mean, I technically trance, so.
Yeah, trance could be done.
Yeah.
Cool. When we come into next session, we'll do a quick time jump back for you guys out hunting. Okay? And Marisol, Luce, is it just assume the general sleeping pile up that you guys all have now?
Assume the thruple.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Assume the physician.
God damn, that's good.
Then going forward to a point where Reaver and Kaelin and Echo would have eventually come back from hunting. We come to the long rest being done, and again, to reiterate, I do want to jump back and do the hunt. There's some things I want to do, but I don't want to rush it through. I want to, as Echo has said, this is quite a big part of their character. I do want to give it a bit of oomph in it, as well as I want to see what happens when Reaver sees Kaelin and Kaelin sees Reaver operate around Echo, because it's just really fun to make them argue with each other.
It is.
Oh, I have a big sword. I can be a big sword.
Listen, when you call that the Belmont a la carte shit, I'm like, fuck, it is.
You need to lean into it, right? When you make such a spot on comparison, you need to do.
Now here's the question:
who's who, though? That's the question.
Oh, I'm Belmont.
Kaelin is not remotely suave enough to be the Alucard.
No, but I'm that petty.
If he's the Alucard in this
so
party,
is-
we have so many worries.
Yeah.
So I originally agreed that you were Belmont. I'm gonna change that answer because of Archie.
Yep.
Oh. Okay. You know what? Fair.
I don't believe using the scene that we've referenced, I don't believe Kaelin is eloquent enough to come out with eat shit and die. He'd probably know the basics of fuck you. That's probably what he's got. So, but anyway,
You know what? Fair. I'll lean into Christmas 16.
we'll wrap there with a brief after credits scene of you guys all being there, kind of waking from the long rest, and a disturbance appearing of a weird, 11-foot tall, shifting shape moving through the water, scaled skin rapidly peeling off to give way to fresh, tanned flesh underneath, getting towards this door and pulling with immense body strength to open it, step inside, smack a rune on the wall, and you watch as any water that came in when that chamber was opened, you watch as it immediately just gets pushed back out. And then they step forwards into this dry room, this kind of tall, broad-chested, barrel-bodied, built like a strong man. Long black hair, and that kind of you know that facial hair where it's long and it's perfectly black except for that one streak there which is just silver. That, and they have like necklaces hanging from their neck of like different teeth and claws and such, and they have tattoos, very multi-aesthetic tattoos, lots of animal body parts and animal forms all over their entire person, and they, you know, after taking a bunch of deep breaths, they look up and see all of you just kind of floating, watching us there in this dry room. They go, "Sacre Bleu, that was a rough one, huh?"
Fucking Jesus Christ.
And that's where we end today's session.
It's the goddamn French.
Ariel, I might fuck your dad's friend.
I
Get in
might
line.
fuck him too.
Get in line.
Hey!
Get in fucking line. I saw him first.
I'll eat the line.
Yeah, that's who you are.
Get in line, I'll fucking eat it. Thank you very much for everybody that came to see today. To everyone who watched, I hope you enjoyed it. If you did enjoy it, you should check out our other games. Go and check out our social medias, everything, everywhere, at World Tree Quests, where you'll be able to, you know, get up to date on the shit that we do. It's quite funny. Sometimes we post memes. Sometimes. When our social media person can remember to do things. Our social media person is me. Hi. I have ADHD and I forget to do almost everything. So please don't forget.
You do your best.
I do, I try. Please do remember that we are also accepting for 2 more days. 2 more days, people. Up until 6 p.m. CST on the 31st of August, we are accepting applications for our Dragon Age TTRPG campaign starting within the next few months. It's going to be big, it's going to be immense. I've already been in talk with Green Ronin Publishing. They're fucking phenomenal. They've like offered to give us like books and giveaways and shit, and it's all good. So you should definitely get involved. It is a dark fantasy campaign, so I am looking for 18 plus players. But maybe that could be you. If you jump over to our Twitter page, go to our pinned posts, you will see a Dragon Age Secrets Google Doc to fill in. Please do go and check that out. I look forward to reading your stuff. I'm now going to pass over to my players and allow them to plug their various places to find them. Actually, one more thing. If you're interested in that kind of thing, I do start playing, and I have like my whole week posted up on my social medias. So if you go to World Tree Quest, you'll be able to see my face at some point. It's under Son of Asgard on Twitter. You can go there, you can see my full layout. I've got some bills coming up, so some games where I get to DM and be paid would be good, so go check it out. It's good stuff. I'm going to pass over to my players and let them plug their stuff now. I'm going to, we'll start with Kyle. Kyle, is there anything you would like to plug at all?
Hi, I'm Kyle. You probably know me as just Kyle because that's the meme that stuck, and we're all good with that. I'm a full-time professional GM. I run currently 5th edition D&D. I'm looking to running other stuff. I also recently started working with Daylight Publications. I'm doing writing for a project that I can't really talk about right now, but it's a D12 system that has, if you like fantasy, if you like sci-fi, if you like noir, there are all these options, and they're a wonderful publication. I highly recommend that you check out them. And that's all I can talk about for now on the things that I'm doing. There's something that maybe possibly in the future we'll see. If you want to see me in a DM seat instead of a play seat, again, start playing, you'll find me at Just Kyle. I am currently got 2 campaigns that I'm looking to fill, but if you want to see me run once a week, if you want 5th edition, I'm looking at potentially Lancer and a couple other ones. If there's something you just want to see me run in the Chaotic Mind, by all means, please do get in contact with me. And again, do check out Bran on Stop Playing as well, because it is a very competitive market and a very chaotic market, but by all means, by no change. But that's all for me.
Fantastic, thank you very much, Kyle. Fantastic DM there. Take your shots while you can get them, folks. Moving on to our lovely Selkie. Is there anything that you would like to plug at all?
I'm not going to give the whole spiel because that's too long and tired. So you can find me on Dinner and a Game several days a week. On Tuesdays, you can find me with the wonderful Magnus Diamond playing Via Cremiren in Emerald Sanctums. You can also find me once in a blue moon on Wednesdays playing in a game with Miss Liss as the GM, where I play Galax. And then once in a blue moon, also on Tuesdays on Dinner and a Game. You can find Diamond and I playing Crawfish to the Bitter End. Where I play Vershael, who is an angel. It's the whole thing. And starting here real soon, specifically starting September 14th, you can also find me on Dinner and a Game playing Paint the Town Red, which is a full campaign Monster of the Week set in the Magnolia setting, run by Renowned, who's so excited. And you'll have to wait a little bit to see the character that I am playing in that game, but just know I'm real excited for that one. And then obviously you can find me here every Thursdays. Multiple? Oh, gods.
Could you imagine?
I play Echo, everyone's favorite little abomination. And then, especially coming up here soon, Everbright Archive is a project with me, the wonderful Madness Diamond, Bryn Ursa, Bardic Sweet Tea, and of course the creator, the wonderful Sphinx Akasha, whose praises I cannot sing enough. And so the Everbright Archive has social medias on pretty much all platforms at the moment. But you can also go check out the individual creators involved to see what Bardsonas and we have and what we've been up to with them. You get to see a little bit about Rabbit, which is one half of my Bardsona. Phobator, who's the other half. Almost done. We're working on it. Yeah, otherwise you'll be able to see me and start playing here soon. You'll be able to see me at PAX Unplugged. I'm going to be working Rose City Comic Con, so if anyone is going, find me at the Modern Artifice booth. That's where I'll be working. Maybe pick some dice. I don't know if the tungsten dice will be there, but that would be fitting after this episode. Yeah.
Fantastic. Do go and check out all those amazing things with a fantastic player. A joy to have at the table and a joy to watch. Thank you very much, Saelia. That's right, take the compliment. I'm doing it to all of you. You're all getting it today. Moving on to Denny.
I am Denver and it's past my bedtime. You can find me on TikTok at Lawless Aries Cosplay. You can find me on Etsy at Magpie Finds Jewelry. And if you are in the Delaware area, you can find me at Cape Comic Con on September 14th, selling my wares and also in costume. I still haven't decided which costume yet, but it's gonna be one of them. Also, my boyfriend Kalen is gonna be running a one-shot D&D table there. If him as a DM. That's all for me.
Definitely do it. Denny's a phenomenal creator, so go and look at their amazing jewellery that they make. I don't know how they can play a game and make stuff at the same time. That boggles my poor little ADHD and autism-ridden brain. But they managed to do it in mass abundance. And I haven't had the pleasure of an extensive meet, but from what I've heard, Kaelin's an absolute sweetie pie. So, yeah, go and play some games with them. I bet you they're fun.
When he's not splitting his jaw open at Reaver?
That's fair. It's very fair. We're going to move on now to the lovely Tom. Tom, is there anything you'd like to plug at all?
Hiya, I'm That One Warlock. I make the saddest characters you've ever seen on the internet. You can find me all across all of the social medias at That One Warlock. If you like seeing what I do here, panicking at the sight of parental figures, you can catch me on a multitude of different APs with lots of lovely people. On Mondays, you can find me with the lovely Madness Diamond, who plays kick-ass character, while I play the third Glasswalker, Travis, who's just an archaeologist nerd with a weakness for redheads. On Tuesdays, you can find me over on Game Raider Girls Twitch. I did it again, the second day in a row. You can catch that stream over on the Starfield Twitch. On Tuesdays, you can find me over on Game Raider Girls Twitch channel, playing as a different kind of nerd. The half-dragonborn backer Jostrums, the Circle of the Moon druid, who wild shapes exclusively into dinosaurs. We had to say a temporary farewell to our kobold fighter, which was sad, and we're getting ready to make a raid on the tower of being known as the Godless King. So that's gonna be fun. And then on Wednesdays, you can find me over on Dyson Autism's Twitch channel for New Rawless, The Founding Steps, a 6-part miniseries prequel, very Calamity-esque, where I play... pardon me. Excuse me. I play Flamestoker Deagle, Blade of the Flaming Crown, the 7'4" Minotaur Paladin of Asmodeus, that everyone has decided to simp the fuck over. It's insane. It is absolutely insane. Thirsty demons, I swear to gods. And then on every Thursday, you can find me here playing everyone's favorite underwater twink, Ariel. And definitely keep an eye out on those social medias. They're coming up here in a few weeks. There might be some stuff happening. And then starting next year, the beginning of 2025, I am finally coming out with my very own streamed homebrewed game, where we explore the world of Dameron, a completely homebrewed campaign that has been in the works for almost half a decade. I'm nervous as all hell, but excited, and the players I've gotten so far are an absolute joy, and I think you guys will really love them. Other than that, go check out, start playing for these absolutely amazing people. I am truly blessed and lucky to elbow a candle and play with each and every one of them. They're absolutely wonderful.
Fantastic. Ever busy, ever bright, and ever fucking beautiful. That is the amazing Tom. That one Warlock right there. Go and watch them. They're a great joy to watch, by the way, guys. Honestly, as a player, they're great to watch. And moving on, last and most certainly by no means any way, shape or form least, Diamond. Anything you would like to plug at all?
Oh yeah. I'm Madness Diamond, but since we're friends now, you can call me Diamond. I'm on all social medias at Madness Diamond. You can check out my entire actual play schedule, which I try to keep updated whenever things get added or changed, at my beacons link, beacons.ai/Madness Diamond. I'm Madness Diamond, like I said, on most social media places. It should be all of them, but I might have missed one. And on Mondays, you can find me over on the Starfield playing Soiree, the Ragabash, Silverfang, and Guardians of Neptune's Cairn, the World of Darkness W5 edition game, Chronicle. We're almost done with that one. With our first season. On Tuesdays, you can find me over on Dinner at Game, where I play in Emerald Sanctum's Bay, the very human hunter who is just gay with the death wish. There might be an infernal contract with Bay's name on it now existing in the world, because I got a solo episode the other day and I fucked around and found out. But the Roomba is back in my custody a little bit before she fucked off again, so it's fine. And then whenever we play Crawfish to the Bitter End, I play Cherie Darcy, who is the Chosen, who all she wants is just to kiss a vampire. Just one specific one, though, not all vampires. And then coming soon, eventually, I'll be in a pre-recorded stream for Tales Archived, playing the Lancer system. Should be very fun. Can't wait for everyone to meet that Chaos Gremlin character I created. And then on Thursdays, you can find me here on World Tree Quest playing your lovely Battlemaster Barbarian, Melisine Vestra, aka, apparently now Lady Glimmertide. And finding out that her parents really got around. It's fine. But I'm also the administrative coordinator for Dinner and Game. I'm the community manager for the cast side of things here on World Tree Quest. I'm also the lead producer on the Rose Court project, which is going to be a charity project coming in October, hosted by House of Dreams, who was created by the lovely Kechi Okami, to benefit PCRF for a lovely cause. I'm also the assistant administrator for Decrim 305, a sex worker-led and founded nonprofit organization dedicated to decriminalizing sex work in the United States, but mostly focused on the Miami-Dade County area of Florida. So I'm their long-distance member. But if you have a project where you need a little bit of sparkle and shine of my variety, let me know, and I'll see if I can work you into my workload. And if you have any interest in finding help, finding a table, or possibly getting into running games on a channel, also message me because I am happy to help and lend my assistance in this lovely, ever-changing fuckstorm of an industry. And that's me.
Quite a list of accolades there, and each one of them as impressive as the person who's doing them. That's our lovely Mantis Diamond. Do go and check them out. Again, another fantastic player to watch and to witness. Well, if that's it from my players, and that's it from me, then I guess that's it from us.
It is. Brad, I'm going to quickly give you the heads up. Your SPG handle is not Son of Asgard. It is Asgard Adventures, to make sure, so those who are watching, if you're searching on the Find GM profile, it's Asgard Adventures. So if you type in Asgard, you will find Bran. Just as a quick heads up, because your name and what your score is, and what your search title is sometimes different.
Apologies. I'm just used to my name being Bran on it, but yeah. If you go to start games and you go to look for me, apparently it's under Asgard's Adventures. Yeah. Thanks very much. Yeah, that's it from us. That's it from me. Thanks for coming to see us today, guys. I've been your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. With me today, we've had my amazing cast. We have had Just Kyle, we've had Selkie Cove, we've had that one Warlock, we've had Madness Diamond, and we've had Lawless Aries Cosplay. From all of us here at World Tree Quest, good night, stay safe. Everybody remember, if a crocodile comes near you, don't punch it on the nose. It's not as effective as myths have made it out to be. Also, don't pull a finny. Good night, folks. Good night.
Good night.
It's really true, by the way. It's not as effective as they make it out to be.